to the March 12th board meeting. We are beginning at, see, the time is 5:02 PM. A call to order, and then we will, is there any, Ms. Ellinger, is there any, so call to order at 5:02. Is, Ms. Ellinger, is there any public to address the board on closed session agenda items?
President Costa or not?
Okay, with that, we convened to closed session at 5:03 PM. Want to welcome everybody back. Report out from closed session. During closed session, the board voted 5-0 to approve a settlement agreement between BRSSD and one student in lieu of pending litigation. Now we reconvene to get going. Open session. Call to order for the flag salute. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So since I just did the announcements report on closed session, we will move on to approval of the agenda and the consent agenda. Do I have a motion for the approval of the agenda and consent agenda?
I move to approve the agenda and the consent agenda.
Great. Do I have a second?
Second.
Great. All those in favor of the agenda and consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Great, 5-0. The agenda, consent agenda are approved. Next item is number 8, speakers wishing to address the board on non-agenda items. Ms. Ellinger, do we have any speakers at this time?
Yes, President. Yes, President Cost. We have 3 speakers. So the first one is Pamela Miller from BRSFA and Lisa Fahey. You want to come up?
Great, thank you. Before you start, Pamela. Again, the board appreciates and supports stakeholder input at our meetings, engagement by members of the public and civic matters are a cornerstone of our democracy. We have established guidelines for these meetings. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person per topic. And if you are anybody else addressing the board, please come see Ms. Ellinger. And you will be given an item number to come up. And with that, go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you so much. I'd like to speak to the district-wide impact of the long-term planning that accompanied the decision to maintain the status quo and keep both middle schools open. Much of the conversation has been centered around Nesbit and Sandpiper, but this decision affected every teacher in the district in some way. For months, staff across all sites experienced uncertainty, wondering about potential displacement, shifting enrollment, program changes, and staffing adjustments. When enrollment moves, class sizes shift. When numbers change, staffing allocations change, budgets tighten, programs shift. Every teacher feels the ripple effects. This was not an isolated issue. It touched the entire system. Now that the status quo is going to maintain for 3 years, there's relief, but there's also lingering uncertainty. Families are already asking if closures will be revisited in 3 years. What happens then? Parents plan ahead. If there's uncertainty about a school's long-term future, some may hesitate to enroll. That hesitation alone could impact enrollment as early as next year. And those impacts will once again be felt district-wide through staffing and programming changes. Of course, we all hope that enrollment committee is successful and that both schools reach strong, sustainable numbers. And that's the best case scenario. But hope can't be a strategy. We need a clear, transparent plan that's not based on putting more responsibilities on already overloaded teacher and administrators. What benchmarks will determine success? What data will be monitored? What are the contingency plans if enrollment doesn't increase? How will those decisions affect staffing and programs across the entire district? Would it affect, as mentioned in previous board meetings, counselors, music, sports programs, reading specialists, etc.? This conversation is also inseparable from the financial landscape. We're facing a $4.5 million deficit. We've been told that we're not in immediate crisis, but that our runway is shorter, and that means reductions are coming. Where will those reductions occur? How will we protect the quality of education across all of our schools? It's been stated that staffing is our largest expense, and we're fortunate in highly educated, experienced educators in the district, and that experience directly benefits students. but it also places teachers higher on the salary schedule. There's growing concern that budget constraints may result in little or no salary increases in the future bargaining cycles. With the cost of living continuing to rise and without automatic COLA adjustments, stagnant wages will make it increasingly difficult to retain the excellent educators who strengthen every school in this district. The decision has district-wide impact. What we're asking for now is clarity, transparency, and sustainability. A thoughtful plan that considers enrollment stability, fiscal responsibility, and the human impact on every school community. Our educators are committed to the success of the entire district, and we ask that the path forward reflect that same level of care for the whole district. Thank you very much.
Good evening, board members. I'm going to kind of continue with Pamela's thought as the BRSFA union president. So thank you for reaching a decision regarding our middle schools. The clarity you provided some real relief to many educators, knowing where they'll teach next year and what roles they will be in. That matters deeply. Stability supports teachers, and when teachers feel stable, students benefit. Tonight, I want to focus specifically on the impact this plan may have on our teachers and students at Nesbitt and at Sandpiper. As part of the decision, a volunteer committee will be formed to support enrollment effort at these two schools. I agree that increasing community awareness is important. Nesbitt and Sandpapers have strong programs and dedicated educators who care deeply about their students. Every school in our district has something special to offer, and those strengths should be clearly communicated, not just to families, but to staff and the broader community as well. However, we need to talk honestly about what this means in practice. There will likely be an expectation that teachers help promote their schools, attending outreach events, developing presentations, expanding programs, serving as ambassadors, and supporting marketing efforts. While this may be framed as voluntary, we must ask, is it actually truly voluntary if teachers feel that their school's long-term survival and therefore position depends on participation and community pressure? The ask of teachers continues to grow every year. Academic expectations increase. Social emotional needs are rising. Documentation requires more. Family communication is constant. Teachers are balancing instruction, intervention, collaboration, and compliance, all while building meaningful relationship with students. Sandpiper and Nesbitt have smaller staff, especially at the middle school level. That means fewer adults to share responsibility. These educators are already stretched thin. One of the greatest strengths of these schools is their tight-knit community, the advisory structures, the personal attention, and the relationships that help these students thrive. Those relationships require time and energy. They do not happen by accident. If additional responsibilities, particularly ones outside of instructional duties, are layered on top of already full workloads, something will give. What we risk impacting is the very thing that makes these schools special. They're strong, student-centered communities. Work-life balance also matters. Some teachers have family obligations. Some teachers have other after-school responsibilities, such as tutoring, coaching, and maybe another after-school job to help them with the cost of living in this area. Is it equitable to ask teachers at two specific sites to take on additional responsibility to preserve enrollment, while teachers at other sites are not being asked to do the same? Our educators will always show up for our students. They are deeply committed, but sustainability matters, and if we want our schools to thrive, we must ensure that expectation placed on our staff is realistic, equitable, and truly voluntary. Thank you.
Okay, and our last set of speakers is Claire Marks and Allison Kim.
Good evening. We're here to speak on behalf of our colleague, Megan Tritus at Ralston.
Hello, I am Megan Chidas, social studies and debate teacher at Ralston, and I want to begin by being direct. I am deeply disappointed in the board's decision to make a non-decision regarding the future of our middle school programs. I write to you tonight not just as an employee, but as a middle school teacher at Ralston who has dedicated 12 years to this district and who intends to stay. I care deeply about the long-term health and stability of our schools. Initially, many of us at Ralston felt it was not our place to speak. None of the options presented directly threatened our program, and we trusted the board to weigh the evidence and make the difficult decision before you. However, after watching hours of deliberation last month, it became clear that this non-decision carries implications for all of us.
First, this action does not address the issue that prompted this entire conversation, declining enrollment. The purpose of taking action now was to prevent future financial instability. I supported the proactive approach because a healthy district benefits everyone. It allows the district to offer competitive cost of living increases, maintain strong health benefits, and provide the classroom resources necessary to continue delivering the high-quality education our community expects. Choosing not to address a known imminent challenge is not a neutral act, it is a delay with consequences.
Second, while consolidation would have been difficult and emotional for many, it also offered stability. It provided a clearer path for teachers who love this community to remain in this community. During deliberations, it was stated that if Nesbitt and Sandpiper cannot naturally increase enrollment, compulsory reassignment of students may occur. That may temporarily balance numbers, but it creates another problem that was not fully acknowledged. Ralston teachers are single subject credentialed. If our enrollment declines due to students being redirected and staffing reductions follow, many of our teachers would not be able to transfer to other sites. They would simply be without positions. In contrast, multi-subject credentials teachers may have more flexibility within the district. That distinction matters when we are discussing people's livelihoods.
Third, this decision effectively kicks the can down the road. Enrollment trends are not reversing. As a millennial, I can tell you that many in my generation are having fewer children due to the rising cost of living. That reality is unlikely to shift dramatically in the next 3 years. In the meantime, middle school educators will carry the weight of uncertainty. When job security feels unstable, it inevitably creates competition between programs. We will be tasked with selling our schools simply to preserve our positions. That is not a healthy environment for collaboration or for students.
Finally, with all due respect, you are elected to make difficult decisions. Forming a task force feels less like leadership and more like deferral. While community involvement is valuable, responsibility ultimately rests with this board.
While I understand that the decision cannot be reconsidered tonight, I urge you to reflect on the weight it carries. For the next 3 years, more than 60 middle school employees will come to work each day knowing that significant change is looming, but without clarity about what that change will mean for them. That uncertainty is not abstract, it affects morale, collaboration, and stability our students depend on. Thank you.
And those are all the speakers for non-agenda items.
Thank you, Ms. Ellinger. Now we're on to item number 9, Board of Trustees report. Board members may report on events or topics which have taken place since the last board meeting. Should we start at would anybody like to go first? Go ahead.
I like to go first because people always steal what I'm going to say. And then if I go first, then they can't steal it. So a couple of things from me. I had the opportunity to attend the final 2 Masters in Governance classes. So we have 5 classes. They're 4 hours each. So it was very, very good training. So yeah, glad that it's over, but like it is very good material. So I did enjoy the training. It's very interactive. And so it's with other board members in other districts all across California. I was also able to attend the virtual middle school information night, which I thought was really great. And then I also attended a meeting with other elected officials in San Mateo County to go over the vehicle licensing fee fiasco. So that was also very interesting, and I think more to come on that later. And then also yesterday I was able to attend. Actually, I did 2 parent tours. One at Nesbitt. I think that was on Tuesday. Was that on Tuesday?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tuesday, and then one at Sandpiper yesterday, and they were also both very, very good tours. So that's it for me.
Hi, so it's been a good long while. Thank you all for being here. I think not what I think. So this morning I had gotten a chance to go and see the Sandpiper information session for the parents. And after the decision at our last meeting to keep all three of our middle schools indefinitely, fully supported by the board, forever, as far as we know, um, and that we are only changing enrollment practices in terms of where students go was the decision after 3 years. Not saying that we would, and our decision was also not to say that we would revisit the student school closing option. So I feel like that decision was very supportive for teachers so that they know that they have all three schools to rely on in the foreseeable future. I felt like it was a really great experience to see Sandpiper parents, all the students and parents that were available, that showed up to Sandpiper, just in terms of showing up and being interested. The marketing efforts of our committee has been doing really great. Last year, they had 10 parents sign up for our information sessions. This year, they had 50. I think that's a huge difference, and I think it'll go a long way in terms of what we decide to do. So I'm very excited to say that it went well. Thank you.
So I just want to highlight that I attended Trustee Bruno and I and Superintendent DeGuara and Chief Business Official Reese Matsumoto did attend our school force board meeting this week. And so just to speak to that, really appreciate all the work that school force does, all of the parent volunteers for making sure that we have the funds needed to provide the high quality education that we want for our children. So thanks to them for doing that. And we really, really appreciate their support. And I believe Celebrate the Music will be coming up. And the annual event, which is a party for adults, that will be coming up as well. So if you're able to, please attend and support School Force, which supports our district.
Hi. Yeah, I'm just gonna throw out some also kind of appreciations. I have been reflecting since our last meeting, and I am appreciating candor. There's been a lot of that, and over the last few months, and I think more to come. And I really do. In my role as board, it has been the most active kind of time. Which honestly, I wish it had happened the whole time because I think it's part of why I set up here. So it's been great actually to hear from a lot of people. I went to campus today for parent-teacher conferences, and I find myself just kind of in general appreciation of teachers and how much they do. Like we say it a lot, but it's great to feel it of how much they do for not just my kids, but so many, and just hearing and seeing the amount of people there. Checking in on their kids, getting reports on the services the teachers are doing, and I could see the weight of it. For better for worse, I could see how much they care. I could hear it, and I appreciate that. I feel like I haven't thought as much, if I'm being honest, about the union and school force and administrators. I always do appreciate that, but I feel like it's front of mind now. I always throw out kind of like the whatever cultural time of year. It's Women's History Month, and I want to shout that out. Education is full of really dope women. We had the speakers today. The majority of this room, the majority of this table, you all are crushing it. I really appreciate what you've done, including birth me. That's powerful. And Scholastic, I bought some cool toys that are broken already. Like you just said, and I do appreciate the book fair. My kids have a blast with it. That's my time. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll just touch on a few things. One was earlier this month, I attended with Trustee Northrup, the 2x2 meeting with Carl Mont. So two trustees from ours kind of correspond, and as well as Superintendent DeGuara and the corresponding superintendent. We met with two trustees from there. And we were talking, kind of comparing and contrasting the decisions. They also went through a decision to close Tide Academy that while challenging and difficult, they unanimously voted to close it, and just kind of their decision making and what went through kind of their minds and how they're also dealing with the transitions. And so again, they went a different direction, but certainly as well as felt the compassion and the empathy towards the students and how they're going to kind of deal with the post vote. So it was helpful just to kind of get theirs. And then we just kind of also touched on a few other things, because I think it's important. One of the reasons and what I get a lot of value out of that committee is because, just to make sure that our transition from our middle school students to the high school, no matter what high school they pick, whether it's Carl Mont or the other ones, is a good one, and that we're preparing our students to find success as they enter that new phase of high school. So it was really, really important. I really get a lot of value out of that. And I want to equally thank Nesbitt. It was actually Monday. It was Monday. I know these days are going crazy. So I had the pleasure to attend the Nesbitt walking tour of the IB program in the middle school, and fantastic. Very, very nicely organized. But I think my joy is to touch base with the students and see what they're working on and how eloquent they are and how passionate they are, whether it was them doing a science part to also, like, I got to sit in and talk to somebody in Spanish who was a student and kind of working on their conjugations. And then seeing Mr. Whitebread's little book collage where he took pictures of books, which is awesome, about how many books the students are reading in the course so far of a semester, even a year. It's impressive. I definitely am not reading nearly as many, but I do actually plan to borrow a book from the library because of one of my conversations with one of the students who eloquently kind of explained it. So again, I think I was in the second session, and I'm glad I was in that one because the first one was apparently very packed, which is great to hear. So I'm glad I had a little bit of chair space and everything like that. But I wish, and I'm looking forward to going on the shadow tours with Sandpiper and Nesbitt as we continue to support all the middle schools. So I will leave it at that and bring it over to the superintendent report. But I want to thank everybody for all their just attention and amazing energy that they bring forth every day. And I really do appreciate that. I think we all do. Yes, Mr. Bruno.
I forgot to say happy Holy, if that's a day you celebrate. And when I call out things, it's a good times, a great story.
All right. Good evening, everybody. I am going to keep it short intentionally because I hear we have a treat coming up. So two things. School years ebb and flow. There's times that go a little bit more smoothly and times that are a little bit more rocky. And it's definitely been one of those busy times. I just want to take a moment to thank our staff who have been engaging in conferences all week, who have been doing shadow tours, who have been prepping lessons in different ways, intercessions, all of that stuff that's been happening. It doesn't go unnoticed, and I just want to say thank you. We have amazing staff that go above and beyond and do whatever they need to do to make sure our kiddos are successful. So big thank you. Second thank you is my days are blending. It's Thursday. Yesterday was Wednesday. Was I Heart School Force Day. It's a day where us as staff get to show appreciation for School Force for all that they do. We wear shirts, we take pictures, and there were some pretty awesome pictures that are in people's email now. I just want to say thank you to School Force. And School Force really is everybody who contributes to make sure that our kids have what they need to be successful. And then above and beyond that, there's a core group of school force kind of board members and school reps that do so much more and give so much more of their free time to make sure all those connections are made. So big thank you to all of our school force supporters in the audience, to our school force board members. We appreciate you and we love you. And with that, I'll pass it back.
Great. So very excited for this month's school spotlight, which is on Nesbitt School. And with that, I just want to thank Principal Hanson, Assistant Principal Spicker, the entire staff, and the surprise that's outside our doors. That they're amazingly, they're kind of quiet actually. Are they really out there? Or do they go to Menchie's already? So anyway, I'll give this over to Principal Hanson, who will showcase the pride and joy of Nesbitt.
Just a little housekeeping. Jerome, I'm telling you when to switch the slide. Got you. Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Ryan Hansen. I am the proud principal of Nesbitt School, Board of Trustees, Superintendent DeGuara, Cabinet, and community. We're really happy to present to you tonight. Nesbitt rolls deep. We appreciate every family member that showed up tonight as we highlight our school. So tonight I'll highlight for you some of the outstanding work that sets Nesbitt apart. You'll hear from our reading specialists. You'll receive a highlight of our 7th grade, and then we'll close with a performance from our 4th graders. Next slide, please. So to set the stage, it's really important to note Nesbitt's programmatic alignment with BRSSD's strategic plan and our profile of an empowered learner. There are many intentional moves that Nesbitt makes to take these plans from paper to practice. Next slide. So starting with the why is a phrase that was made popular by Simon Sinek. He gives many leadership talks about a framework that pushes leaders to focus on their purpose, their cause, and their belief. And so at Nesbitt School, our why is to deeply understand the beloved, diverse students that we're privileged to serve. The data before you sets the tone for the level of skill, tenacity, and socially conscious educators that make up Nesbitt's K-5 program and our International Baccalaureate Middle Years program. So for us, the details are in the data. For example, 7th grade, who we'll highlight tonight, has an enrollment of 35 students. Of just that 35, 31.43 are multilingual learners, 45.71 are within the socioeconomically disadvantaged category, and 17% are students receiving special education support. Our primary grades represent an average of 21.82% multilingual learners, 25% are within the socioeconomically disadvantaged category, and 13.2% are students receiving special education support. Next slide, please. So deeply understanding our demographical data of our students helps us to analyze other markers that communicate to us areas of growth, development, and need. We use our K-2 MClass data, our 3-8 FastBridge data, and our Youth Truth data to inform our instructional practices. So we are focused on agency and engagement, and that's through our solutionary work. Every single grade level at Nesbitt designs a solutionary project based on the solutionary framework, and that is also connected with our environmental literacy standards. We have analyzed our data to create a strategy that is a through-line approach in grades K-8, and we are specifically focused on foundational literacy gaps. Next slide. So this is pretty exciting. Our K-2 teachers are piloting the Foundations curriculum via Wilson Literacy. This is a Nesbitt-specific pilot that is fully funded by our school's allocation. So that's in collaboration with Chingpei and Reese. So thank you for believing in our wild ideas. This is really focused on the science of reading, phonics, foundational reading skills of our emerging readers. Our K-2 teachers are receiving expert coaching. They're enrolled in online training courses, and they meet multiple times per year to track their class data and their class's progress. Next slide. So our 3rd through 8th grade teachers are also receiving literacy professional development that's focused on reimagining the independent practice in their classrooms. And so we use a professional mentor text called Shifting the Balance to learn strategies that teachers can use to bring the science of reading to life in their upper grade classrooms. So 3rd and 4th grade are focused on vocabulary, 5th grade is focused on fluency, and 6th through 8th grade is focused on comprehension and strategies. Next slide. So this is our creative way of designing Nesbitt's very own Scarborough's reading rope. So Nesbitt takes on a gardener and a carpenter approach to literacy. So gardener skills for us are agency, the solutionary work, healthy relationships, belonging, relevance, authentic audiences, independence, and collaboration. We weave those skills skills like rigor, power standards, fluency, explicit strategy instruction, word work, and structured literacy. And for us, that's transforming our teaching and learning. Next slide. So our reading specialists work alongside our teachers to support that literacy development. We are very fortunate to have Stephanie McMaster and Megan Gazemzadeh in our primary grade servicing our students in 1st through 3rd grade. And we have restructured how we support upper grades 4th through 8th. Christine Litwin is our 4th and 5th grade reading specialist, and that is fully site funded. Again, thanks to Reese for supporting our wild thinking and helping us make things happen. And then Lisa Mudd is our dedicated middle school reading specialist. Before this structure existed, Stephanie, Megan, and Lisa were expected to meet the outcomes for our entire school's demographical data, which I showed you on the earlier slide. So this structure is doing a better job servicing our community. And so our reading specialists are going to share with you how they get that all done.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to share our literacy progress. This year, our K-2 team, alongside our interventionists, implemented the Wilson Reading System Foundations, a structured systematic phonics and word study program as our core Tier 1 instruction. Students receive daily explicit lessons in phonemic awareness, decoding, spelling, and fluency. We pair this with small group instruction for our students performing below benchmark, using Foundations Fun and Focus, a Tier 2 intervention provided by the reading specialist, and Progress Monitor using the Amplify M-Class screening data. A key strength of this approach is that it is multi-tiered and aligned across all levels of support. Because both Tier 1 and Tier 2 instruction use the same language, routines, and instructional structures, students experience consistency in how reading skills are taught and practiced. This shared framework helps reinforce learning, reduces confusion for students who need additional support, and allows teachers and interventionists to collaborate more effectively around student progress.
Next slide, please.
As you can see, by looking at our beginning of the year to middle of the year results, we're seeing encouraging growth. We reduced students below benchmark by 4 points and increased students at benchmark by 6 points in grades kindergarten through 2nd grade. That means more students are on track for grade level reading. In 1st grade, the percentage of students performing at benchmark increased from 23 to 29%, a 6-point gain. At the same time, the percentage of students below benchmark decreased from 17% to 13%. Our above benchmark group remains strong and stable. What this tells us is that more students are moving into grade level proficiency as the year progresses, which is exactly what we want to see from strong foundational reading instruction. When we look classroom by classroom, we see similar patterns of growth. Fewer students in risk categories and more meeting or exceeding benchmark expectations. It's also important to provide context. Nesbitt serves a fairly transient student population. Throughout the year, we enroll new students who may not have had prior exposure to our phonics program or consistent literacy instruction. Mobility can often slow or flatten mid-year growth data. So the fact that we still see measurable gains, more students reaching benchmark and fewer below, suggests that our core phonics instruction is effective and helps students accelerate quickly once they're here. Our next steps are to continue implementing Foundations with fidelity, use small group intervention to target students still in the well below range, and monitor progress every 4 to 6 weeks so we can adjust instruction quickly. Overall, we're encouraged by the trajectory. We're seeing evidence that our instructional approach is strengthening early literacy skills and putting our students on track for reading success by the end of first grade. Next slide. We'd like to share a quick snapshot of what's happening in our K-2 classrooms.
Uh-oh.
Maybe not.
There we go. It's a really great video.
It's playing. Oh.
What it highlights is a glimpse of what instruction looks K through 2, and you see the scaffold of the pilot that we're implementing and the intentional work that we're doing with the Wilson work. So that's right. That's okay. We have another performance that may save this day.
Principal Hanson, you can share the link. We'll make sure that I have the link and I'll share it with the board.
Okay, next slide, Jerome.
Hello. As mentioned earlier, I'm the 4th and 5th grade reading specialist at Nesbitt. We appreciate this opportunity to share with you a little bit about the important work that's happening in our upper grades. The cornerstone of the science of reading and the overall framework of the Wilson reading system state that decoding skills lead to the automaticity of word-level reading, which leads to the fluent reading of connected text. And fluency is the bridge to comprehension, which is the goal of reading. Phonemic awareness and decoding skills remain critically important in 4th and 5th grade for students who have not yet mastered foundational phonics patterns. By returning to core skills such as breaking words into parts, recognizing common spelling patterns, and learning the rules that guide how words are decoded, students gain the tools they need to approach unfamiliar words with greater confidence. Applying these same patterns to spelling helps strengthen their understanding of how words work, supporting both reading and writing. In addition, continued practice with vocabulary and high-frequency words helps build reading fluency, allowing students to focus more on comprehension and meaning. Together, these foundational skills help develop more confident, independent readers and writers in our upper grades.
Last year, after reviewing our data, Nesbitt leadership and the reading team identified a clear need for a dedicated middle school interventionist to support Tier 2 students in reading and language development. While the national conversation about COVID learning loss has faded, we can't deny that its impact is still present. We took action for our students in this decision. Our current middle school students were in kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade during the shutdown, the years when foundational reading skills are built. For many students, these early skills still needed strengthening. Using dyslexia screeners, assessments like core phonics, which you are sending teachers to for professional development, classroom data, and teacher input, we created small grade level cohorts and targeted the literacy and language needs within each group. Once the groups were in progress, or are in progress, we provide highly focused, specific, targeted, structured intervention using Wilson, UFly, and Orton-Gillingham, which I realized I should add in here because I love School Force. I thank you to School Force for funding my training over the last 2 years in Orton-Gillingham. These are all evidence-based programs grounded in the science of reading. In the interest of time, I'm only highlighting the cohort's collective Fastbridge general reading scores because it's a composite, and the composite is what generates their Lexile scores, which the high schools use. In this chart, you can see fall to winter. These are my cohorts, not the grade, not their peers. You can see their fall to winter. The growth was significant. 11 points for 6th grade, 20 points for 7th grade, 14 points for 8th grade. This illustrates the power of timely, consistent intervention. When we identify students accurately and provide targeted instruction, they grow, and they often grow faster than than their classroom peers as they work to close gaps. Reading is a lifeline, it's a human right, and we're proud of the focused work happening at Nesbitt to ensure every student receives the support they need to succeed. And I want to mention that we're all very happy to take any questions about the growth and the programs after the presentation.
Next slide, please. So at Nesbitt, as you've heard, literacy provides the essential foundations that allow students to fully engage in our school-wide solutionary work and grade level projects. Through these experiences, students apply their core literacy skills like reading, writing, fluency, and speaking in meaningful, real-world contexts. From kindergarten all the way through 8th grade, students explore topics that they care about and develop thoughtful, actionable solutions to authentic problems. They also learn to communicate their ideas to a range of audiences, from their peers and families to the broader community, reinforcing literacy as both a tool for learning and a vehicle for impact. By middle school, this work reflects the hallmarks of an international baccalaureate education as students grow as inquirers, critical thinkers, communicators, and principled learners who take informed action. Next slide, please. While our middle school has many shining examples of how literacy work and our solutionary work is a through line, at Nesbitt, we've chosen to highlight the 7th grade tonight. I'd like to introduce Mr. Jay Harrington to tell you about the 7th grade project.
Thank you. Good evening. Over the past several months, our class has been using the solutionary framework to learn about plastic and the impact it has on our world. We started by investigating why plastic was created in the first place, which we found out was actually to help preserve animals. We also studied how it's made, starting with fossil fuels like oils and natural gas, how it's processed and manufactured in the products we use every single day. We also researched the environmental impacts of plastic, including how plastic can harm wildlife, pollute oceans, and takes hundreds of years to break down. So this project was the ultimate way for us to apply the skills and knowledge that we've been working on. As part of this, we practice important public speaking skills so we could easily communicate our ideas and clearly our research to others. We use math to calculate the amount of resources we would need and predict how many we would get. Most importantly, we would practice essential leadership and collaboration skills as if our project was an actual company. Using what we learned, we worked together to research solutions. I'd like to introduce you one of my students, Anderson, and he's going to talk about the solution our class decided to create.
Next slide, please.
Take it away.
Oh, Anderson.
We decided it would be best to somehow reuse plastic bottles and turn them into something better, so we began collecting them. After getting inspired by a YouTube video, we settled on the idea of using bottle caps to create a mural, which would both beautify our campus, save the environment, and raise awareness. We realized that a single class wouldn't be able to do much, so we united the entirety of 7th grade and planned for a plastic drive to encourage the entire school to contribute to our collection. Before we implemented this, we needed to get permission, which we did easily with a presentation to the principal. This presentation was a large collection of the background knowledge that we had accumulated and a detailed overview of what we had done so far and what we plan to do. The end of this presentation was only the beginning of our project, as it marked the start of a new phase, collecting plastic. Once the drive began, we started constructing a system of class roles to help the operation run smoothly, like making announcements, creating posters, and organizing data. With this in place, we had collected enough bottles before we even realized it, and from there on, we finally started building the mural. Again, we could create another system of class roles, like painting caps, placing caps, and quality control. With each student given the opportunity to put their best foot forward, this is what we could create so far.
Great job. Next slide, please. So inspired by our 7th grade, our 4th grade solutionary project focused on the impact of plastic and food waste in the Nesbitt community. They researched, they tested, they designed and informed, they read, they built a massive vocabulary, and they set out to teach the school what they learned. The phenomenon, that recycling is not perfect and much of our waste still ends up in landfills. They needed to teach Nesbitt School the importance of reducing and reusing. They needed to do it in a way where people would listen. So they created their own show, and the Wasted Resources Nutcracker was born. As a caveat, they've already showcased this in December. This was their highlight. That was their culminating activity for their solutionary project. They wrote every single word. They designed their own costumes. They rehearsed, and they realized how important it is to get word out there in creative ways. Next slide. So there is no better way to close out our presentation than for our fourth graders to perform to you tonight. Fourth graders, you probably should take your places. Go Pumas. You're gonna face the board. Is it on? Fourth graders, you have to face the board. Mark, you can have them step back. Great team, Miss Marsh. There's never a drawing on it. Work in action, and this is our pipeline to middle school. So way to go, Nesbit. You can follow Mr. Fox. Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you.
That was so cool.
Thank you.
Oh, no. We'll do it tomorrow morning. No, I got it.
Yeah.
They're like,
Order in the court, order. On. Just get. Ready to proceed, Trissy? All right. So, yeah, did she leave with the? Outstanding presentation all around from the get-go to the culmination. So I want to open it up to the board for any questions or thoughts of Principal Hanson and Assistant Speaker.
Thank you so much. No questions, just a couple of comments, if I may. I'm actually sad that all the students left because that was, I don't even have words to say how great that was. Like my cheeks actually hurt because I was smiling so hard the whole time. Really, really good. And also, I just wanted to say, Anderson, your presentation, sir, so impressive. So impressive. Thank you for sharing with us. You speak very eloquently, and I think that's something that you should be really proud of. Thank you.
I don't have very many questions, but I did want to say thank you so much for that fantastic presentation, highlight of my week, month, maybe even year. They were fantastic. Anderson, you're fantastic. And Principal Hanson, I just want to say I really appreciate all the work that you guys are putting forth in the science of reading. I do feel like that's one of the really core pieces of instruction that we need to really be pushing forward in these next couple of years. So seeing that you guys are on the ball and ahead of the game, that is amazing. So great work. Thank you.
A great presentation, great work that everybody is doing at Nesbit. Thank you so much. Maybe because my youngest child is in middle school, I don't know, but the fourth graders, I felt like I was going to cry the whole time. And it's just so amazing of their enthusiasm and the learning that they did. And their total selves were involved in it. And thank you for guiding them in that learning.
Appreciations. Yeah. Of course that was dope. Enough people said that. That was awesome. And I liked it the first time. I liked it again that time. It was nice to have better seats. I didn't have to show up early and steal the front row. It was actually felt like payback because all of the parents who had the front row were behind them. So I really did enjoy that. Every time I get to school highlight, I try to make sure I say that, but like, you're awesome. So it's really easy to like talk about your staff and your students, and of course they're amazing, but you're doing a great job. Your slide makes it kind of pop even more. Like I can say that, but like, of course I can say that, and I walk there. But slide 3, like that's impressive to produce whatever you're producing, however you produce it. With that, you highlighted your team, specifically your reading specialist, and again, I want to say that too. Like it sounds tricky. It really does. I've heard, I keep saying you, Ryan, I'm talking to you, but also I'm talking to your whole team. And I've heard you mention it before, and it hit me then. I had never really thought about it in all of the years of thinking I recognize what Nesbit is and where the tricky parts are. One of the reading specialists brought it up too, but the kind of like, transit is like a hard word for me to use even as I say it, right? But like the nature of that part of the community, how do you deal with that? Like what's, and maybe even how could we support it is what I want to ask directly.
However, it is the public data where people that are not informed in our community, they look at that number and that's all they ever know. And if you dig deeper and really look at the profile of our why that makes up our student, you can start to peel away maybe some of the deficit thinking that comes along with just looking at numbers tell a story. That story and how that census data chart tells it all. It tells a big decision that was just made by the board if you just sort of highlight those 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade. For me, highlighting 4th grade is very important. My upper grade group and 5th grade is a pivotal year because 5th grade goes by in a blink and you're sending kids off to middle school. Right. So our 4th graders really need to put it all together. And I think that's an intentional focus for us. And we're not going to get strong middle school readers and improve our data if we're not focusing on grades K1 and 2. So that's why we decided to tie the Bolton. And that all came from our reading specialist going to training and asking, can we figure this out? Can we just buy this? And it meant going to school site council and saying, you know what, we're not going to have brand new sweatshirts and all of these assemblies because we have the right to spend $35,000 to buy this. Can you get behind us? They agreed. Oh, sorry.
You say all that again. I'm trying. Thank you. I mean, yeah, I had a few questions that were all kind of the same thing, and I think you answered all of it right there. Yeah, I can't say it clearly enough. I haven't said this into a microphone, and I think I'm still accurate on it. Dr. Hansen, that's, yeah. So not only are you awesome for whatever it's worth, I'm proud of you. Just to allow you to have space, Christina, all the same appreciations. You're doing a really good job. We spent a lot of time sorry, go ahead and clap for that. Yeah. And then just to say it again, you said it well, but we did talk about your middle school, and I feel like for years we've been like talking about how hard your staff has worked to create the IB program and the strength of it. And I just want to actually separate it while fully agreeing and saying your K-5 is also doing really hard work and really great job. And I specifically in my household appreciate that. So thank you.
So yes, I echo everything as you know. I wanted to talk about the reading specialist transition. You said the why, Lisa. You said the kind of the why you felt there was a need for a reorganization. Yeah, as a team, I got it right. I'm sure you didn't come up with it. Just yeah. So I'm wondering kind of like where, not any reorganization is challenging. So, and it certainly seems like you've demonstrated there's early great results. Is there any challenges? Is this kind of like a multi-year kind of look to see like it fully kind of transpire the way you want it? I mean, do you?
Sure. I mean, in an ideal world, I'm worked out of a job, right? This program is building from first, second, third grade, and then there isn't a need for it in the middle school. But realistically, as Steph mentioned, we have students that are coming from all over all of the time. And my students that I work with, not one of them began at Nesbitt. So when I mentioned that we're impacted by learning loss, that's not just from this is international. We have students that are coming from all over. We don't necessarily know what their learning experience was in their home country. And they're coming from all over, you know, up and down the state of California, across the country. I mean, we have a lot of languages. And so even though I think in an ideal world, I am worked out of a position, if we continue to be a school district that supports our community so well, and they're coming from all over, and I think they seek us out for that reason. We have a reputation for being so supportive. Then I think the need for middle school support remains. Kids develop at different ages. They're coming from all over the map with their needs. And so I think one of the really amazing things that we did is create this system where there isn't a grade that isn't supported. And tier 2 isn't just kindergarten, first, second. I mean, it's all the ages. It's even in high school. So
Yeah.
I think it's unique. You don't see this everywhere. And I credit it to our administrative staff, that is our leaders, that are able to get creative with all of you and make this happen for us, for our students.
Well, it's impressive that stat of the getting to the at grade level, at age level, the plus 6% already.
Yeah, I mean, we need them to move at a faster clip than their peers
Yeah.
because they have a huge gap.
Yeah.
And we can't do it without having the screeners that we have in place, the pilot that we're working on. So the gap is able to close because we're provided with the training and the resources that we need.
Thank you very much. I think it's slide 12, maybe the next one. Oh, then the next one. Oh, you know, the one, yeah, that the chain, that one. So you've made it look easy with two grades, 7th and 4th grade, of solutionary. And I know, but it's really, I feel like, quite challenging to go from that part of literacy to solutionary. I know privately working with students one-on-one that they don't, just because you know vocabulary for a test, it's not truly assimilated until they feel confident to put it into their papers, to even put it into their dialogue. So the fact that it seems like they're embracing it, is that the hardest kind of transition point, the literacy to solutionary, or is it the other? Can you kind of talk about like how those transitions are working out?
The hardest transition is not literacy to solutionary. The hardest transition is getting to the IB. Because we are trying to create a through line strategy that represents a pipeline. When I'm meeting kindergarten families, it's the hope that I have kindergarten families that are entering at age 5 and I have them until they graduate at age 14. And that's been the hardest part. We've created all of these pieces in isolation, and it was just these past 2 years that they've strung all together, and now there is a purpose. Our K2 is now understanding more deeply what an IB program means, because every single grade level is required to design a solutionary project. So you have a brochure that highlights a 7th grade project. Every single project at Nesbitt has one of those brochures. So they document and make their teaching public, just like we require our students to showcase publicly. And that is putting into practice oral speaking. It is putting into practice presentation and showcasing skills. Anderson is an amazing speaker, but so are all 35 of those 7th graders that needed to get up and give a presentation just like Anderson has done. And the 4th grade performers, our 1st graders, our kindergarteners, our 3rd graders are all doing those types of presentations. And it's also inspiring our teachers. Our 7th grade team, including Jay, won an award from the San Mateo County Office of Ed for the design of that solutionary project. Casta Wood, our IB coordinator, just had students that qualified for the STEM County Fair, correct? What is that what it's called? The interview phase. So like it's inspiring our teachers too. And it inspired my own journey. My research for my dissertation had to do with teacher efficacy in an international baccalaureate middle years program. And I chronicled that through line strategy. Yeah.
Thank you. And I love the work that you're doing, and I know it's a multi-year kind of year effort, and you're building off of the successes and the energy of the previous year. Anderson, can I ask you a question? Okay. So I want to know, what was your favorite part of the solutionary, but also what was the most challenging? What was your favorite part of doing that project?
My favorite part was probably doing the math of like calculating how many bottle caps we would need and how many we would get.
Huh. And what was the challenging one? Right.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, telling 8th grade that they didn't collect enough bottles.
And then they had to paint them, or like okay. Now you've learned a lot of vocabulary. So here's my last question to you is, what is your, it doesn't have to be on this project but what is do you have a favorite vocabulary word?
No?
No? Okay.
Not like low key.
No?
No? Okay. Fair enough. No, yeah. Well, you did an amazing job. My favorite word is plethora. I always love that word. Anyway, thank you for coming up here and sharing what you've done and what your fellow peers have done. You did a great job. So we want to thank you. Any other? Yeah.
Sorry, you have all these reading specials here. Fast Bridge. Do we like it? Fast Bridge. The screeners, or any of the screeners, do you like them? Okay.
We love the M-Class Amplify screener for our K2 students. We're getting great information. It's easy to use. It's easy to progress monitor kids. It's it gives great information. It is user-friendly. It's all of the thumbs up.
Cool. Thank you.
Let's grow it. Let's get it for 3.8.
Oh,
We want it. We're like,
right.
I haven't even looked at that. I'm going to be honest, because I'm only focusing on the lower grades. I look at Fast Bridge and I'm like, so
Okay.
M-Class is really amazing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Good question. So thank you very much, Nesbitt, everybody from Nesbitt. We love you and thank you for coming in. Thank you for presenting. Yes, Scarlett, good job. Good job, 4th graders out there, if you're still out there. Okay. Switching to agenda number 12. Far more interesting. No, not really. But
we've got 10.
But we've got somebody to make it interesting. And that is our own CBO Matsumoto to talk about the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee Annual Report. Take it away.
Good evening, trustees. Definitely a tough act to follow. However, we are very fortunate to be joined by Tim Hoffman, who is our chair of our Bond Oversight Committee. For some background, the Bond Oversight Committee is mandatory when we have public debt, or in this case, we have our Measure P bond measure. The task of the Bond Oversight Committee is to review the expenditures for any of our bond projects and make sure that it is following the letter of basically the language that it was passed by. Before I hand it over to Tim here, I just wanted to, express my gratitude for all the work that, every single member, especially Tim, has done on the Bond Oversight Committee. These are people who come to our district office after their long days at work and are gracious enough to, review all these things to make sure that we are following the letter of the law and that make sure we're following the letter of the language of the bond itself. So thank you very much, Tim. I'd also like to shout out the other members of the committee, Ryan Lewis, Serena Sands-Gaber, Matt Devsky, Adele Della Santina. So if anyone else is watching, please, you have just my utmost gratitude for all the work that you guys do for our district. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim Hoffman, Cipriani parent, Ralston parent, X, 2009 to 2022, and President Koss, trustees, Superintendent Dan DeGuerra. Thanks again for your opportunity this year to present the annual report of the Measures INP Citizens Oversight Committee. And in short, this past year, the committee reviewed with Reese district materials and reports related to planned and ongoing bond expenditures during calendar 2025. And based on that review, I'm happy to report that the committee determined that the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District is in compliance with requirements spelled out in the relevant sections of the California Constitution, and bond revenues were spent only on the purposes that were described in the plain language of Measures I and P. And the findings in detail are in the written report that I've provided Reese this evening. And just a few points of context in the past year. So 2025 was the first year that the combined Measures I and P committee was formed. As you may know, we were on the Measure I Bond Oversight Committee, and then 2024, voters graciously approved Measure P. And so we merged the two. And so the members that Reese just mentioned and myself are now part of that combined committee. And the transition was very smooth, and everything is going forward well with Measure P and Measure I. As Measure P especially begins its spending in earnest. On the Measure I side, the final issuance of about $9.8 million worth of those bonds have been put to work. Projects completed or underway include the transitional kindergarten restrooms and sinkhole repair, important sinkhole repair at Ralston, technology upgrades and district office modernization efforts. So Measure I is approaching the finish line. And on the Measure P side, the district has begun initial expenditures focused on the roofing replacements at several school sites, with planning underway for HVAC, field upgrades and other facilities needs in the upcoming years. Just like Reese just mentioned, the committee met a few times in the past year, in February, May, and November, and received additionally a written update from staff in August. And at each meeting, CBO Matsumoto provided detailed expenditure and reports on both measures. And I just want to thank Reese and the district staff for the excellent quality and transparency of the information that was provided to the committee, because that's what enables the committee to do its job effectively on behalf of our residents and voters. And finally, I'd like to recognize Mary Morrissey Pardon, whose term on the committee ended in last May, and that was after 10 years of being on the Measure I committee. And if any of you know Mary, that's just Mary. So thank her. If you see her next, thank her profusely for all of her time and service on that committee. And I want to thank the full committee, as Reese just mentioned, Vice Chair Adele Della Santina and Matt Debsky, Ryan Lewis, and Serena Sandsgaber for their time, diligence, and commitment to the accountability that Prop 39 requires, and to the transparency that our voters require. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Just one quick question for you, and thank you and to everyone on the committee for all the hard work that you put into this. We really appreciate it. Do you feel like you have everything that you need as far as like, you know, to be able to do this in a timely manner? Is there anything that you need from us or from the district that could help in your
I don't
efforts?
think there's anything that we're wanting. Reese and everybody that supports him and Dan have just been really great in getting us all the information that we request. From time to time, during meetings, we'll ask for additional information, and that just shows up very quickly. So it's been wonderful to work with him. And no, I don't think there's anything else that we need.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. No questions. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your personal service to the district that continued even as your children are out of the district.
Yep.
And also thank you to the committee. And as you said, Mary Morrissey Pardon for 10 years on the district committee. That has to be a record. So definitely appreciate that and everybody on your committee.
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you very
Third.
much. Ditto.
I'll do third.
Do I have eyes?
Yeah. And thanks for the shout out for School Force. As you know, Trustee Northrup and many of you know, it's near and dear to me, School Force. So it's good to see that they're still, a huge force in helping every student in this district get an awesome education. So thanks again.
Thank you. I move that we thank Tim. Second.
Great, thank you, Tim.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
This was
Take
a
care. Thank you.
information item. Agenda number 13, the approval of, I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Siobhan and Associates as district auditor. Am I saying that correctly?
That is correct.
Okay, great. And this is going to be an action item.
That is correct.
Would you like to give a brief
That is correct.
overview? That is correct.
Yes, I would like to. Thank you very much, Tim. Good evening again, trustees. And also, while I still have the mic, thank you very much to Mary Morrissey Pardon for all of her service. As we move on to, thinking about our audit report for the 25-26 school year, it is suggested by the County Office of Education that a school district switch their auditors roughly every 5 years, just to make sure that you're getting a fresh perspective on your books. With that in mind, we went out for RFP about 2 months ago for audit services for this school year. We had a number of vendors ultimately submit a response to that RFP, and then went through the process of grading those RFPs and then also going through an interview process. As a result of that, our staff believes that we should move forward with Siobhan and Associates, who services actually a number of other districts within San Mateo County, as our auditor for the 25-26, 26-27, 27-28 school year. The reason is 3 years is what is the norm for your auditors. You basically do what is known as a 3+1+1. So your first contract's for 3 years, and then you re-up with them for the next 2 years, and that's how you get to 5.
Great, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for?
I mean, was there anything that stood out about them that made you choose this one over others?
So ultimately, I think there are really two main things that come to mind. One of them is price, of course. And the second being, do we feel confident that the auditor in question can get us our audit by December 15th, which is the due date, right? And obviously some things come up. at some points in time, which the auditor cannot foresee, such as, someone on their team has to leave for an extended amount of time. And we can always apply with the county for an extension, but generally, do we feel confident in their ability to get that done? And ultimately, yes, we feel that Siobhan and Associates hits both kind of the price aspect, and we do feel confident that they can hit the mark. When it comes to auditors, a lot of the times it also, is up to the district to make sure that it's a partnership, to make sure we are getting them data in a timely fashion. So ultimately, I think if we do that, we'll be on time.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, so since this is an action item, would somebody like to make a recommendation?
I move that we approve Siobhan and Associates as the district auditor.
Second.
Great. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. So the motion passes 5-0. Okay. On to agenda item number 14, approval of the memorandum and understanding between BRSSD and the California School Employees Association, Chapter 308, talking about the classified nutrition clerk hours increase. And with that to talk about, this is an action item. Director Eastburn.
Good evening. Before you is the MOU that was created between the district and CSEA as a result of the change in vendor for food service this year and the functions that the systems that had to change as a result, which resulted in increased hours, an increased need in hours for the nutrition clerks. You see the chart below, the increase in hours per site. So if there's any questions.
I was just wondering, Nesbitt's listed twice with the 3 to 3.5 and a 3.5 to 4.
They have 2 part-time positions.
Thank you.
So I guess that answers the next question, which would be why they're around 3.5 and 4 and the other elementary schools are higher at 6-ish. 6. And that's because there's 2 of them. Oh, breakfast.
I'm happy to answer that one.
Okay.
Yes, it's because they have 2 nut clerks. Ultimately, we are trying to make a change that is fair to all of the employees involved. And even though Nesbitt has 2 nut clerks, ultimately Nesbitt also has the highest volume right now. And besides Ralston, but Ralston has a little bit different way of serving breakfast and lunch.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. By the way, I love the abbreviation, a nut clerk. Like they're foraging and like saving for the winter.
Unintentional, but
squirreling away.
brilliant, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's very, very interesting. Okay. Do I have a motion, since this is an action item?
I move to approve the MOU between BRSSD and CSEA to increase the nutrition clerk hours.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. None are opposed, so it passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Are you up there for another one? Oh, stay right up. Yeah, I'm like, she's just hanging out there. Okay, item number 15 is a resolution 2025/26-8, the reduction of classified services, March 15th notices. Director Eastman.
So in front of you is a resolution to reduce a particular kind of service. It's a 0.15 para position that was created a few years ago with a specific need at a site for additional para support. Since then, numbers and clientele have changed, and that position is no longer being used for special ed specifically. So we are reducing that position 0.15 at Ralston.
Any questions? Okay. Again, that is an action item. Would someone like to make a motion?
I move to approve resolution 2025 slash 26-8, reduction of classified services March 15 notice.
Anybody second it?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The next is from Assistant Superintendent Ching-Mei Hu to talk about the math adoption update. Ooh,
Good
slides.
evening. This is going to be quick and easy. I just want to give you a preview of what's going on just to keep you up to date as we move through. As we spoke about earlier, we are in the midst of an adoption pilot. So all of our schools have participants. Not every single student is participating in the pilot, but we have representatives from every school and every grade level. So there's a good number of students and teachers who are utilizing the new materials. We are kind of in this first gray bar in terms of the local adoption committee convening. They have culled down from the 60 plus materials down to 2 publishers per grade span. They have just wrapped up the pilot of the first publication, either last week or at the end of this week, kind of depending because of parent-teacher conferences and the differences in calendaring between the middle school and elementary schools. Everyone is switching over to their second publisher, and we will finish that up with 5 weeks of instruction. So we will finish after spring break, and we will convene the team at that point to collect all of their feedback. We have been collecting feedback all along. So with each week, Narina, who is our STEM coach, deserves a huge public shout out. Narina Carpenter has taken the lead on preparing materials, contacting the publishers, scheduling everything. I have had the easiest go about in adoption committees of all of the curriculum that I've led adoptions through in my 9 years here. Along with setting everything up, Narina has been both following up with the teachers on a weekly basis. She and I designed a form based off of their evaluation rubric to capture feedback on a weekly basis and then summarizing at the very end. As you can imagine, week 1 can be a little bit tricky because we're still learning all the bells and whistles, and it could be frustrating. And if we only took a dipstick measure once at the beginning and once at the end, we may not necessarily capture everything. So we've done that a little bit differently this year. They have given feedback. We will get the culminating feedback of program 1 before they switch over to program 2. Like I said, the dates are a little bit different. So as we're wrapping up Innovamat and Carnegie in the K5 and 6-8 respective grade levels, everybody is switching over to Illustrative Math by Imagine Learning. On Monday of this week, our middle school teachers were trained and have already launched in with their materials. On March 19th, the rest of our teachers are going to have a day of training after their parent-teacher conferences are over. There's a little bit of scheduling conflict, so a couple of middle school teachers will be joining on the 19th as well. Works out well that we have 2 days. The publishers are totally able to adjust for that. They are going to launch into the new program, and we will continue surveying teachers on a weekly basis in the same pattern. So week 1, that's going to kind of mimic the very beginning for all of our teachers when we do have new curriculum. We need to know what the holdups are, what the difficulties are, so we can plan around and proactively support teachers come fall when the whole district is going to have something new. The other piece that's happening throughout, all of our publishers have sent coaches for whether they come and do demo lessons or they come and pre-plan with you and then do a demo lesson and the debrief. Each of the 3 publishers that we hosted last night at our parent webinar have been on campus watching, giving feedback, providing support, taking the feedback back to their publishers. Lots of little glitches around technology. Jerome and his team also have been stellar at working through with our various providers. It's not an easy task to not only run the district, but to problem solve on the fly when something's not loading in a Novamat, and they're a program based in Spain. So negotiating time difference with their tech team is a little bit of a challenge. Everyone's been incredibly helpful. We did host a parent webinar last night. We had a Novamat, we had Carnegie Learning, and we had Imagine Learning's illustrative program showcased for families. That was uploaded to the cloud. What I will do is take that once it's posted to YouTube and send that out to families tomorrow via Parent Square so that anybody who wasn't able to attend can still watch the recordings, along with that final slide in that presentation, which will also go out via Parent Square, is our timeline for our materials roadshow. For those of you who have been around a while, you'll remember that anytime we have curriculum, I send materials to the school sites. People can go to their home school to look, or they can go to whatever school makes sense in their schedule. So ultimately, every single school is going to get to see all of the materials that are pertinent to their grade level. They're not going to see every single grade material, right? So Central is going to have materials in their library the week of March 16th through the 19th. They're going to have grades K, 2, and 4, and they're going to be able to see InnovaMath and Imagine Learning's Illustrative Math 360. You can see them side by side. Parents will have a QR code and a piece of paper, depending on whatever they're comfortable with, to be able to give feedback right then and there at the library, or they can take it back and give feedback later on. We are also giving all of the families access to online instructional materials. It is 2026, so most of what is in paper is also online in the exact same visual representation. So we shouldn't be limited by those who have the freedom to come to school during the school day. Yes, everybody who comes to school will still need to sign in at the front office, go to the library, check out the materials, make sure they sign out and whatnot. This is a little bit of a hassle, but there are people who like to touch and see, and so we want to make that available. I would encourage everybody to log in online because you can see any of the materials. Parents can look at K-5 materials, they can look at 6-8 materials, they can look at algebra materials. It's not limited to, I have a third grade, I should only look at third grade materials. That's going to be part of the feedback process. We will take the parent feedback in conjunction with the student feedback, in conjunction with the teacher feedback. The teachers are the experts. They've gone through all of the training on the framework. They are the pedagogical experts. Their selection their voice will probably be the loudest in the selection, as it should be. They are our content experts, but we do value everybody's input. And if there's something that stands out from either the students or the parents, we'll work through that as a staff. We are hoping to come to you either the very last week at our May meeting or our June meeting, depending on how quickly we can come to consensus. But we are planning to come to you before the end of the school year for sure with a recommendation for adoption so that we can purchase and launch in August.
I had a question, and it's really simple. It's just clarifying. You said that there were 3 publishers that you guys met with?
Yes.
Is that the current publisher plus InnovaMath and
K-5 chose 2 publishers. They narrowed down from the 65 out there down to 12 that might make sense. We looked at those at the publishers fair, went through with one rubric at that point to narrow it down again. And there were 2 clear leaders. So K-5 wanted to try InnovaMath in person and Imagine Learning in person. 6-8 did the same process. So they came up with Clear Math from Carnegie and Imagine Learning Illustrative Math. So it just so happens that we have one publisher that is going to that could potentially meet the needs of K-8 through algebra. It is a plus. It wasn't a must-have for our district. There are certain districts in our county that are saying they're only going to consider programs that can cover from kinder all the way through algebra 1. We're going to let our teachers decide what's most important. We obviously have been aligning to our profile of a learner, so we'll go for that. 6-8 also, across the board at all 3 of our middle school programs, have had an unofficial pilot of Amplified Desmos for the past 2 school years. We were able to get a discounted rate from them. We just weren't sure if they were, right, like we didn't know for sure that they'd be on the pilot list until November, but we have been using their materials. So effectively, our 6-8 teachers are comparing Clear Math, Illustrative Math, and Desmos to decide what's going to be the best fit.
And then those programs would be consistent to across all of our
District-wide.
So all of our middle schools would use the same program. All of our elementary would be using the same program. Great. And if we decide that we do not like Clear Math and we do not like Imagine Learning, we would default to Desmos?
We'll see what the committee thinks and where that goes. I mean, there are a lot of options. I think CBO Matsumoto would not be very happy with me if our committee didn't come up with an answer. We do have some funds that we are trying to use before June 30th to maximize our cash flow. However, we are based in what's best instructionally for students. I do not think we're going to come to June with no option. there is definitely a possibility that the teachers say, none of these programs are good. Let's go back to the drawing board. I having been in on the conversations and hearing them through their trainings and looking at their feedback forms and looking at the quality of the programs that we have, I don't anticipate that being, but it is not my singular decision. So it's definitely a possibility, even if not a probability.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing all of this with us. I was just wondering about our youngest students. Is there a curriculum for math for TK students?
We are going to be working with our TK team to continue working on their aligned curriculum. TK primarily is meant to be play-based and developing the pre-academic skills. So our team has all year long, since we started grade level retreats last year and through this year, been looking at the preschool pre-K learning foundations to figure out how to best support the students. Each of the programs has a TK component that ultimately once the K-8 team decides what they're going to do, we will share with the TK team to see if this is appropriate. Does it actually align with the California Pre-K Learning Foundations? They do have TK math is really about counting and number fluency and playing with manipulatives and building with blocks. So it's not something that necessarily requires a textbook. So they do have what they need in support, and we will look to see whatever adopted curriculum is, if it makes sense to also purchase for our TK. It's not part of the state requirement. I mean, I think largely because pre-K is meant to be pre-academic skills.
I just have one question. So thank you, well, and a comment. So thank you very much for allowing the community members so much opportunity for input. I think, I mean, maybe it's been this robust in the past, but I think it's really, really well. I hope we get a lot of people who kind of review it. I think it'll just make our program stronger. But with the parent information session, I'm glad it's coming out with a recording, because I had a commitment that I couldn't make this, but did you get any sense from the chat feature? I don't know if that was operable, but any parent feedback what were their questions, if they had any? Was it just purely informational?
Yeah,
or was there an opportunity?
Happening. It wasn't I wouldn't say it was a robust chat. We probably only had about 12 to 15 questions over the course of the evening. There were some questions about timeline. There were some questions about, is every grade level getting new materials? There were some questions about extending and challenging students and differentiation. Other than that, they were really more logistical questions than they were programmatic prioritizing questions for us.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank
It'll
you.
be interesting to see what people's feedback is.
Yeah. Well, looking forward to the results of the pilot and what people are recommending. Thank you. Any
Cool.
other?
Thanks. That's it for me tonight.
Yep. Item number 17 is the second interim budget, and we have back with us CBO Matsumoto, and this is an action item.
Good evening, trustees. I would actually like to bring up Catherine Reese, who is our business services specialist, to assist and actually present most of our second interim presentation today. Just as an initial point here of context. So Catherine is our jack of all trades in the business services department. She does a lot. And most notably, she basically manages most of our nutrition program. So, as we've had a lot of good feedback on that this year, Catherine is a really big driver of why that is. Catherine actually has aspirations of being a CBO one day. And, as our current CBO, I believe it's my obligation to make sure that our staff has every opportunity to basically flex their skill set. And so we're really lucky to have Catherine here in the district, and also very lucky to have her here today presenting the second interim. With that, take it away, Catherine.
Thank you, Reese. And thank you, board members, for passing the MOU for the nutrition clerks. I will also add, because I know that they work very hard, and with the changes, that has been a really valuable asset. So I am Catherine Reese. I work with Reese, which makes it a little confusing sometimes. But as business services specialist, it's been a great opportunity to work closely with both our CBO and with our site administrators, our principals, our nutrition clerk staff, our facilities director and the maintenance team, and being able to see where decisions about how day-to-day purchasing, the rubber hits the road with the master budget that the board passes and that the district leadership sets forth at the top of every fiscal year. So I wanted to share second interim with that lens. Next slide, please. Okay, let me see. Oh, so thank you, Ching-Pei. Okay. Oh. So I think first I'll just do a brief overview of the key takeaways. And I think it's really helpful for us to recognize that second interim is one of two state mandated reporting periods, but we really use it as a strategic opportunity to reflect back on year-to-date spending so far. So for second interim specifically, we're looking at spending from July 1st, 2025 through the end of January 2026. And right now, our CBO, Superintendent DeGuara, and our budget owners and leaders are working on the master budget for next year, which will be put forth in April. And so this is an opportunity for us to reflect on how we're seeing district spending so far this year and incorporate those learnings and trends into the master budget for next year, and an opportunity to just continue to hone our instincts on what is worth investing in and what's working well and what we might need to adjust on. At a high level, a few key takeaways are that at that point up to January 2026, we've spent about 52% of our master budget. This is very on trend with historical data about how much we've spent up to this point in the school year. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But one other thing is that not much has changed since first interim reporting period, but we are still projected to have a roughly $6.2 million deficit. And this is part of the strategic spending plan where the district has built up reserves coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic. We prioritize making sure that we're spending down funds in the order of expiration dates so that we're able to have a longer runway and a softer landing in terms of being able to close and move out of deficit spending over the next several years. I think it's important to also recognize that we are community-funded district, also known as basic aid. And so since the 2022-23 school year, where we had for a period flipping and flopping back between LCFF or locally controlled funding formula, funding mechanism, and community funded, we're now expected to be solidly community funded for the next, for the foreseeable future. So looking a little closer at this 52% of the budget that we've spent so far, I think it's really helpful to keep in mind that spending money on students and educational outcomes is a good thing. And so one of the things that CBO Matsumoto has brought to us in the district is a new master budget tool, which has been great to hear feedback from principals that it's increased their transparency in their budget so that they're able to see year-to-date spending more consistently throughout the school year so that they can get a longer runway on making strategic decisions about how they spend their site allocations throughout the school year. So I think part of that is that we've increased the transparency, and so folks are able to make decisions sooner about how they plan to invest in field trips or staff professional development opportunities or other things that would ultimately support their students and their student enrichment.
And if I can add here, you may look at this slide and be basically say, okay, well, if we're ahead of the trend line, like what makes you so confident that we're going to get back on the trend line? To give a little bit more context here, the reason why we're slightly above the dotted line is mostly because of the non-personnel side, not the personnel side, right? So on the non-personnel side, it's easy for us to track, and as Catherine alluded to, a lot of that is coming because of the master budget, right? Because people have more insight into all the codes that they have and how much money they have left, and where they at any given point of the year. They've been better about spending their money more upfront, right? And also because we have the master budget tool, it's easier for us to track that as well on the back end, right? So as people start to get towards their budgeted totals for this year, it's easy for us to, give them warnings. Hey, you've got 20,000 left, you've got 10,000 left, you've got 5,000 left, you are done, right? So that gives us confidence that, even though the line is very slightly above where we typically are at this point of the year, that we will be okay.
And in conjunction with that, also since we moved to a new electronic record system, the ERP system that we've transitioned to over the last 2 years, that's another way in which all folks who have a stake in how we do day-to-day spending, whether it's putting in requisitions, which is like a permission to approve, all of that is laddering up to, again, that transparency and being able to be more monitoring of spending. So the key takeaways I want to stress from just second interim itself, on the revenue side, we've largely seen the trend being similar with first interim, with slight increased, higher than expected state and local revenue. And some of the drivers of that include one, school force and PTA, which again, we're really grateful for school force's commitment to the district. And so as a pass through, we sometimes end up receiving revenues and distributing funds or making purchases that will eventually be reimbursed through school force, as well as collecting revenue for other things such as sports donations. So similarly, on the expenditure side, we've seen relatively consistent with the first interim. Again, first interim was looking backwards from the end of October through July 1st of 2025. And so we've seen a slight increase in expenditures, but has actually been offset by the slight increase in revenues that we've also seen. So the main driver here is around books and instructional materials. And again, it's good for us to be investing in these things that are ultimately supporting our students, and we do our best to be able to foresee that at the outset of the school year, but things come up, and so sometimes things shift in the budget. So similarly, you might see that some of the allocation has just shifted from salaries and benefits to contractor services, and some of that is around especially with the shortage of certain SPED positions in the district and just statewide. We recognize that at the start of every fiscal year, we really intend to budget for having these staffs on our books because we want to have students and the community to have that consistency of these staff. But sometimes we have positions that we're not able to fill immediately. And so we've seen that in order to close that gap, we've relied on some contracting services there. Yeah, did you?
Sorry, can you flip back one slide, please? Thank you. To provide just a little bit of more context on top of that, right? So, as Catherine mentioned, we receive money as reimbursements for, sports leagues, et cetera, things that we pay for upfront and that we're reimbursed for. So basically, if you think about the increased revenues on the pass side, on the local side, that's really the donations. If you think about kind of the books and supplies, like that's kind of where a lot of that ends up being captured. So those kind of offset each other, right? Now, if you think about the salaries and the services and other operating expenses, those basically negate each other. And as Catherine was alluding to, right? Again, when we think about a lot of our SPED staffing, right? We budget for it as people, right? And the reason for that is we want to make sure that we're properly accounting for all the people and that we're running, appropriately sized programs and everything, right? But unfortunately, it's very difficult to hire SPED staff, right? I believe Director Eastburn talked about this earlier in the year. I think there's almost a statewide emergency calling for additional national emergency calling for additional SPED staff, right? So unfortunately, throughout the year, if we're not able to hire for a position, we have to bring in a contractor instead, right? However, I think it's important for us not to lose track of that, right? And not just put all the money into the contracts line from the beginning, because then we lose sight of, okay, what is our intention, right? Like, what are we trying to do with these positions, right? If we just put everything in a mishmash of all the the contracts and services, it's easy to lose sight of that, right? And also by starting the year with the budget in terms of people, right? It gives us the onus to continue trying to fill those positions, right? And doesn't allow us to get lazy of, okay, well, it's difficult to find this position, so we're just going to go with a contractor anyways, right? We want to bring these positions in-house because that is more cost efficient for the district and also provides more continuity for our kids.
Thank you. And so I'll briefly touch on our multi-year spending and saving plan, and then I will hand it over to Reese to wrap us up. So I think, as we've mentioned before, the district has built up these reserves over time. There was a lot of one-time funding available coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic. And so the fact that we've been able to prioritize spending down those grants as they're about to expire, but being able to draw on reserves, we've been able to have a softer landing with moving into deficit spending years, but ultimately knowing that we're working on making iterative changes year over year so that we eventually come out of deficit spending. And I think a key component of that is really around the fact that we're community funded. So being basic aid means that we receive more in funding from local property taxes than we do based on the state local control funding formula. So to that extent, even though our district has seen declining enrollment due to things like declining birth rates, which is happening across the state again, we are not as impacted, and we're able to keep per pupil spending relatively high because the overall pool of money that we're receiving is staying relatively consistent, even though we're seeing declining enrollment. And so the challenge at hand is just us being able to make these decisions, being able to be fiscally solvent and good fiscal stewards. And so from there, I will just hand it back to Reese.
Great, thank you. Again, given the direction that we have now from the board as of, what's it, a month ago now, I thought it'd be prudent just to, talk about this a little bit more. And then we also have one other slide about this. Sorry, can you go back one more slide? Thank you. Again, right, as we think about closing the deficit, right, what does that mean? We are basic aid funded, which means that our growth in the largest part of our revenues is largely coming from property taxes, right? And that's stable, mostly stable. In comparison to state-funded LCFF local control funding formula, which really can go up and down. For example, a few years ago, they thought about giving out a 0% COLA for that. Not great. Luckily, we are a little bit immune to that, which helps us in the long term and really helps us when we think about closing the deficit. However, even though our expenses, our revenues are slated to consistently kind of increase over time, in order to close the deficit, we need to keep our expenditures roughly the same, right? However, there are upward forces on our expenditures, such as people moving up steps every year and COLAs that we give our employees, right? Because they are high achievers. And so for us, as we think about closing the deficit, the way that we get there is really through by running an efficient program, an efficient, efficient staffing across our district, and also making very thought out small cuts a little bit at a time, right? Like the whole purpose of this plan that we have is to not make sure that we store up all this for the end and then, try and erase the deficit all at once. We have to make small cuts every year, right? In order to get to where we need to go. And if you have questions about that, we can talk more about that after. Next slide, please. And also, I wanted to take some time here today to talk a little bit about how we model all of this out and some of the assumptions that we're taking, because I think it's important for not only the board, but also our community to understand why we feel like we have a path towards this, right? Ultimately, on the revenue side, right, most of our revenues are coming from our property taxes, right? While we have other sources of revenue, such as state funds, which largely go towards SPED expenditures, and federal funds, which largely go towards some SPED and title funds, a large part of it is coming from our property tax revenue, right? And I also want to just shout out, even though it's not here on the slide, school force as well, right? school force, all of our school force board members and all of our volunteers go through backbreaking work every single year to make sure that we have additional funding for our district. And I know, Jackie, you smirk at that. Oh, it is on. Oh, well, I'm glad I'm more detail oriented than I thought. But truly, I just want to give School Force a quick shout out for all the work that they do as well. But getting back to the point on our property taxes, historically, right, our property tax growth rate has been anywhere between 5 and 5.5% per year. And I may get the question here, so I'll preemptive it. What happened during the 2008, 2009, 2010 housing crisis? Our property taxes were much lower. I think they're in like the 1 to 3%. But overall, right, as we think about what our property taxes are largely on average, they've been somewhere between 5 and 5.5. And what does that mean for us as we kind of budget our revenues going forward? We try to do so conservatively, right? Instead of budgeting at that 5 and 5.5%, we try to take a more conservative approach and budget closer in kind of like the 4 and 4.5%, right? That essentially makes sure that in case of any variance that we may see, particularly with some volatility potentially in our economy, that we are able to kind of weather all storms. And the other part of that is important is, throughout this entire multi-year projection process, I've come back to the point of 17% reserves, right? And that is the School Services of California recommended reserve level. As if we are able to stay above that line, which currently we have a path to do so, that helps us also further weather any storms that may come. Thinking about our expenditure side, right? So, typically districts find it difficult to get a super accurate read on their expenditures. But, I think for us, we feel relatively confident because one, most of our expenditures are actually on people. And the way to budget that out is if you have someone who is on step 10 today, they are very likely to be on step 11 next year, and potentially they will get a COLA, right? And as we think about that, we are able to model out every single year, at least on the people side, right? On the personnel side, the way that we get there largely is by allocating budgets on a per pupil basis. And the benefits of doing so are that in times where you have enrollment decline, you're able to keep your per pupil spending at the same level, even though the overall budget may shrink a little bit, right? So in doing so, we're able to kind of make sure that our budget slowly right sizes with our declining enrollment. So this is just a little bit about how, we model all of these scenarios out. And, as of right now, we do have a path. And, given the board direction from a month ago, obviously we will still have to, there are trade-offs, right? Given that we are choosing to move in the direction we are, we'll make trade-offs in our budget. But overall, right now we have a path. And, if anything becomes murkier in the future, we'll be sure to let you know. And I believe there's actually one more slide after this that says next steps. Thank you. So for next steps, we are working on the budget for next year. We've met with all of our principals. We're meeting with our central office staff basically to formulate the budget for next year. And our hope is to bring that to the board in April for an initial run through of what we were thinking for the budget for 26-27. And in doing so, it gives our leadership time to basically pre-order their materials for the next year, given that we have purchasing deadlines that we have to comply with. And then also we will bring that for formal passing in June. With that, I conclude my presentation. And thank you very much, Catherine.
Any questions?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. But just first, Catherine, thank you so much. I thought you did a great job. I think it's really nice to see the allyship of CBO Matsumoto to really give us the kind of like insight on we don't get to see the talent that you bring all the time. So I think it's very nice that, thank you, Reese, for allowing Catherine to, take the stage. And I think you did a really great job. And thank you for all the work that you do. A couple of questions. So when you're saying that our budget, so because we're basic aid, so most of our funding comes from our property taxes, but it sounds like we still do get some like per student funding. Is that true? And can you just tell me like how much actually is dependent on the number of students?
Well, now you have me doing mental math. I believe close to, I believe it's about 75 to 80% is basically of our property taxes, and the other 20-ish% is coming from a mix of federal, state, and local dollars. Are you looking for like exact numbers?
Oh, not at all. I just want to clarify. So the 20% is based on student numbers, student enrollment.
That is correct. And, for a large part of the state and federal funding, it's based on specific student populations and not just our total students.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. And then, I don't want to put you on the spot. So if there's no examples, that's fine. But just curious. So when we're talking about like, okay, now we need to make trade-offs, right? Can you give us some kind of like broad examples of trade-offs that we might face?
I think some, as of right now, as we think about next year's budget, right, I think tangible examples are, potentially we take away some money that we're considering, for example, bringing on another maintenance person to see if we can potentially make our schools nicer, for example, right? We have essentially nixed that right now in the interest of making sure that we run an efficient program, right? In the future, it's a little bit difficult to opine on what exactly might happen, but I think as Superintendent DeGuara and I, mentioned during the course of, the board meetings, if the order of operations on some of these things becomes, the supplemental additional things that we do at our sites will have to be evaluated, right? If it gets to that point, potentially that could be some of the counseling, or maybe, we might have to see some of our music teachers cover a little bit more of the district.
I think I asked Reese a very similar question to this. And so I think also when I was referring to per pupil spending, I think one of the ways that we can consistently track per pupil spending is that, regardless of where the funding source is coming from, that's how Reese thinks about it when he gives principals their site allocations for the year. So part of it is that just gradually over time, principals' budget allocations are going down proportionate to the number of students they have enrolled at the site, rather than it just being an unlimited faucet. So that's just a way in which we're able to have a sensitive pulse on some of the declining enrollment. And one other thing I also wanted to maybe just add, I think, is around, I recognize with the decision about the middle school consolidation, I think part of it was just around like how quickly we close the budget deficit. And so it just being another matter of, again, I understand that decision wasn't solely driven by financial standing. It would have been a quicker way to close the deficit, but there are other ways that we can do it, again, more gradually aligned with per pupil spending and site allocations.
Thank you. I don't know if I may just kind of elaborate on the middle school piece. So like, for example, right, we're going to keep all three programs open, and then we're going to hope that naturally Nesbitt and Sandpiper have enrollment that is viable, right? So I guess I'm just asking, as we have less just students in general, not like people not wanting to go to the smaller programs, but just like less kids, right, in our district, and say the smaller schools are full now, right? So then the declining enrollment would happen at Ralston, right? So then at some point we would have to start thinking about like decreasing staffing at Ralston if all of the decline is there. Does that make sense?
So I think when we are talking about budget, the responsible thing to do as you keep staff in proportion to the number of students that you have. What often happens is districts leave staff in place when their enrollment is shrinking, and that adds pressure to the budget. So as our enrollment changes, it's incumbent upon us to look at where those reductions need to happen naturally. If districts are on top of it, typically you're able to account for that attrition via retirements, via folks moving, via transfer between schools. And that's our approach. So the idea that, and we've always maintained that any decision we made wasn't impacting what we would call a reduction in force. We would simply realize that through natural attrition, and we would be able to maintain all of the employees that are currently employed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All the things. Good job. I will say this. I'll restate the same thing. It's great to see partnership, mentorship, leadership, like whatever's going on, but the call out, I really do appreciate that as someone who tries to do a good job of that myself. That was a great example that I will copy between both of you, even in the recent supports. You said something specifically that I just am not aware of. Sports donations as revenue or something like that. What is that?
Yeah, I can answer that.
Clearly talking. I'm joking. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'll just see myself out.
Stop. I apologize.
That was a good interview, Catherine.
No, so there are basically something sports jerseys, for example, that some parents donate towards, that the school buys and that parents basically cover. Some other things that, for example, some of our PTAs, if they're looking to buy something, essentially they have to file a specific form if they purchase something over a specific amount. And if basically their accountant is not willing to do that for that specific purchase, the district can help. And so basically they can pass it through us and then they reimburse us after for it.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So those are not really expenditures that we budget for because they end up being neutral.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And then I don't know if you can see the slide. You mentioned grants from after pandemic, and I want to make sure I'm speaking the same language. You use the word expire. Do they actually expire by time, or you just mean that we'd run out of it?
So the grants expire with time. So let me just say, for example, right, in 2020, 2021, the federal government came with a number of different grants, right? There's ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 3, which you would think they all have the same spending regulations. They do not, hilariously. And they basically all had a short spending timeline, right? So there are kind of two ways to go about it, right? You could spend all that money all at once, right? And you create this mountain of spending, and then you create this tranche of spending, right? When now you've used all of it and now you can't use it for anything. The way we have done it, which was wise, and I thank the previous CBO who was here, is that basically they try to use as much of that grant money to, I don't want to say displace, but essentially, on things that we're already spending on, right? And what that did is it helped to basically increase our reserves so that on the back end, we could then increase the types of services that we offer our students, right? And instead of it just being like a 1-year thing, we can offer it over many years and run a deficit until our revenue catches up with our expenditures. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And I'll ask a more specific question. Just I see you approaching.
I was just going to add another example in the meals department is around the kitchen infrastructure and training funds that we received. And the original expiration date was actually June 2025. And at like 4:50 p.m. on June 30th, 2025, we received an email that they were actually extending that horizon. And leading up to that expiration deadline, we had done a lot of surveying with our nutritional staff of like, what do they really need? And with the actual demand of our previous meals provider, there wasn't anything that we really needed. But rather than us spending money for the sake of spending money and then having expensive equipment to repair and like adding more, we had made the difficult decision of like, oftentimes, sometimes the spending horizon will be extended, but you can't really risk it. We can't gamble these funds. And so being able to strategically now put that towards refrigerator maintenance, once our demand for the meals program went up, we also had the ability to then actually purchase the additional refrigeration space that we needed. So just another example of those deadlines we're racing against.
Right. Thank you. I'm trying to think about this in literally from my own understanding as I think about whether it's the next 10 months or 60. And I said it earlier, like in speaking kind of candidly, like if I hear there's terms we're using like gamble and risk and weather storms and small cuts and closing gaps and expirations, but also like I do trust that you're both doing a good job, but as a Luddite in this conversation and with like decisions we made a month ago, and I imagine as you reorient where the small cuts might come from, you feel good about the next 3 to 5 years is what you've always been saying for the last 3 years of my time. And now I'm asking about the next 3.
Yeah, I will say we have a plan, right? There's a way that we can get there. And, when we have presented the budget in the past, we weren't presenting it from a place where we had assumed that, the school would close. We had done the budget in the assumption that all schools are open, right? So, this is not so much that the plan has suddenly shifted after, a month ago and decisions were made. This has kind of always been the plan. If another decision were made that had benefited us more financially, that would have eased it, right? But that doesn't make us any less confident that we can't, quote unquote, land the plane.
Yep. Perfectly to my next question is both like if I had asked you 4 months ago and if I'm asking you now and you mention like there's when you say small cuts or strategic cuts, however you worded it, I like it. I don't know if I can fathom some like easy examples of like impactful ones. Like what would that look like as a 4th grade parent hypothetically in a district?
A good example might be a combination class. In some cases
right,
where
okay.
we want to not create or have reason to maybe not create that combination class. We might be in a budgetary situation where saving that $150,000 is a worthwhile thing to do.
Yep.
So those are some of the trade-offs that we start to look at as we're examining it.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to curious like tangibly what those look like. Thank you. Any other examples? That was helpful. You don't have. I don't mean with pressure. It was just good for me to see it. Yeah.
Not off the top of my head right now. I mean,
Absolutely.
I think, look, the way to think about this, right, is the things that are painless go first.
Sure.
And then the thing, like as you get further and further along, you slowly progress down things that become more and more painful. Right.
The other thing I'll say is it's important that we're talking about this now as we have the multiple years. Every dollar, Reese would say, every dollar we save today is actually $3 down the line, right? Every adjustment we make now saves threefold down the line. So,
yeah. And then my last question, I still have this visual, like I think the last slide showed it, like as we're closing the gap. What I keep seeing is this like downward trend at levels, but I'm not picturing it when you mentioned what cuts might come. It's not that like when that closes, then we definitely are. That's just what's supposed to look like stability. Or
So,
just
like you're basically asking like, what does the tail end of this green line mean?
We're going to cross towards a downhill trend that keeps going.
So basically, if our revenues are like this, our expenditures are above it, right? So they will cross at some point. And that is where we find ourselves having, quote unquote, solved the deficit, right? At that point, then, if our revenues keep increasing, we could potentially, revisit our expenditures or, have to add to our reserves depending on what it looks like at that given point in time. Does that help?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So one question I had was on, with the math adoption, does that affect that book line item significantly? Like when we're in years of buying bulk instructional material, is that just part of what's built in, or is it a real kind of significant?
So we work with assistant superintendent who at the beginning of each year on a schedule of how we're planning some of these pilots. So this is already budgeted for in this specific school year.
Okay.
Ultimately, right, we work with assistant superintendent who to figure out, what should be the plan? How should we approach it? And given planned expenditures out for the future, then we adjust other things around it in the budget.
Do you have a sense of just in general from past instructional material adoptions, like what is that? So I think it was 3.4 of the line item now. So what does that look like in a year where there's an adoption?
I mean, it depends also on the specific. I mean, it depends what you're buying. If you're buying both materials, manipulatives, software, right? It could be on the higher end. As a general range, it could be anywhere between 500K and 1.5 million, depending on how you implement it, right? That also
more above the 3.4. So like the 3.4 is a stable.
Oh no. So I mean, I think stable wise, we probably are a little bit closer to 2 or something like that.
Okay.
Right. But if we're taking into account that the pilot is going on and potentially we can purchase some of these materials in this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. And the slide that you just showed, I don't with the summer school, because you have to spend down the art. I don't know. That one. The summer school, was that the ELOP program?
No, this is the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials grant that was passed a few years ago.
Okay.
Ultimately, it's a grant that expires at the end of this year, but we also have Prop $28, which is the name of the Prop 28 is escaping me. But let me just put it to you this way, right? Like the general philosophy, right? When we think about our budget and the different grants, right, is we try to get our district to spend on things that we see as general priorities, right? And then what we do is we take the business office then overlays the grants based on our general strategic priorities within our district, right? And what that does is instead of, we have a grant for music this year and we have a grant for this another year, and instead of trying to overlay our staffing and how we teach kids to fit the grants, we know what we want to do and what will make this district successful. And then we overlay the costs that we're already doing to support those things with the grants that we already have.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions at this time? No? This was so this is an action item? Yes. Does anybody have a motion?
I move to approve the second interim budget.
Okay, we have a second?
Second.
Great. All those in favor of approving the interim budget?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. It passes, the budget passes 5-0. Okay. The next item is agenda number 18, and this has to do with the District Advisory Committee, Middle School Marketing and Enrollment. And to talk about it, contact person, me. This is an action item. So in a second, I'll read something, but so it is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the following individuals to serve on the District Advisory Committee, Middle School Marketing Enrollment Board Committee. Superintendent DeGuara and I met and reviewed various criteria that we thought was important to create this committee, to kind of create a balanced committee from a few different perspectives. Initially, our criteria seemed to be very the same. I'll have Superintendent DeGuara talk to that in a second. But things from like, well, where is the community coming from? What are some of the perspectives? Also thinking about the value of having parents that are, residents that are in the district, but maybe their kids are at Carlmont, for example, as one person has. Looking at a variety of different kind of criteria, we created this, or Superintendent DeGuara created this matrix, and we then selected these individuals. I'm very proud of these individuals, and I feel like it's going to, I hope, and I think we all hope that it will yield some very interesting ideas and input into this process. Before I kind of continue, do you have some of those criteria that we
Sure.
used?
I will just speak. First off, I want to thank all of the 20 applicants
Very much.
district-wide
Yes.
that responded to the survey that was sent out. We were able to select 12 in a balanced way to represent schools, folks particularly attending Sandpiper and Nesbit, as well as representing schools outside of those two. There's an individual that actually does not have students in our district that we selected, kind of that global perspective there as well. In terms of criteria, applicants were asked to answer a couple of questions as to why they wanted to serve on the committee. I know when I was looking at it, I looked primarily, I wanted to see school representation. I wanted to look at longevity, i.e. if from my perspective, somebody that had kiddos in say 4th grade and 6th grade might have more longevity. So the idea of having longevity to participate in the committee was important. I personally rated each of the applications to come up with my recommended list. We compared lists, and for the most part,
Like 90%.
I would say 90%. Yeah. We had the same selection in cases where one of us was affirmative and the other was not. We deferred to adding the person to the committee. So it was a collaborative effort, I think,
Right.
that resulted in the committee here that you see before you.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering how many schools are represented in the 12? Is every school represented?
No, not every school is represented. As I'm recalling, I may have a couple off, but it was primarily Nesbit, Sandpaper, and Central, as I recall.
Do we have anyone from Ralston?
We had a graduate from Ralston, I believe.
Because I almost feel like we need to have someone from Ralston, because we would want this committee to help sync the 3 schools all together in terms of their marketing. We don't want Sandpiper and Nesbit going off and doing a bunch of stuff and then Ralston doing its own
So I
thing.
think some of the parents are from other schools like Central. Central they responded, some of the parents, and I think that I see your point, but I also think that they kind of took that perspective. I think that's a healthy from them to be participating, because they both said, like, we want all the schools to succeed, and we're going to look at all 3 schools, and not having just being from the Nesbit or Sandpiper community, I think will be appropriate. And
Is it that we didn't have any applicants?
I'm trying to look. I don't recall offhand.
No. These were the ones that
I think we did.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, but it was, for me, on it was a little not the representation that we got. I want to thank everybody who
Oh, yeah.
who did it,
Absolutely.
but I would say, in those meetings, we got 700 signatures from the Sandpiper group, right? We got 700 signatures from people who were like, we value Ralston, and and so we got like 20-ish who answered this survey. So
Per my notes, we did not.
so I think that those that were selected from, so I think that's personally, it was a little, disappointing to see the energy that they portrayed in the meetings and the outcome of how many signed up for the form. But that doesn't deter the group that has been assembled by any means, I think, from whatever avenue they came to us from whether it's another school or Nesbitt Sandpiper, certainly against Central, had a lot of parents who and then there again, like I said, one parent is an advocate in the Carmont Education Foundation, and her kids went through the pipeline that we have and are at Carmont and everything, and I think that's great. I think that's going to be an amazing perspective considering what we have been talking about with pathways and just so I hear what you're saying.
No, I
but
mean,
think
if you don't have anyone who
that's who
you don't have anyone who applied. I was just wondering if
I think it's still going to be, look, all of them. I was impressed by what they had to say and their answers to the questions, and I think they're going to do a great job in being thoughtful and inquisitive and bring the ideas forward as a group. And I also was impressed that I think a lot of what came out in their items were about group collaboration and, just working together. And I think that's going to be important because if you have 12 people, you need them to kind of coalesce and sync up.
Dan, just a question for you. With the district advisory committee and their middle school marketing and thoughts on how we go about with the enrollment as we move forward, my assumption, and I just want you to confirm yay or nay, is that we would then take that information, especially since we don't have representation from that Ralston community on the committee itself, that we would take that and we'd push it back towards the district for a more district-wide approach that includes Ralston in that mix of things that we're doing. Or no?
I heard two things. I heard the question, are we going to look at, so I'll ask you, is the question, are we going to pressure test the ideas that come up with Ralston specific community members as one question, or if the things that we come up with for Nesbitt and Sandpiper will also apply to Ralston?
The second.
So I will largely say my perspective has been to approach this from an equity mindset, not an equality mindset.
Okay.
Equity is when someone or some group needs something more, we provide more. In this case, Nesbitt and Sandpiper are our focus in terms of enrollment, in terms of making sure that the program gets out. Therefore, we provide them more, i.e. shadow days, i.e. tours, i.e. those kinds of things. And I think that was some of the conversation that was happening with the board, but that is the way I'm approaching it. I do think, perhaps the committee will recommend thinking about it through a little different lens. I also think maybe there are opportunities that we can invite folks to all places, but at this point, I am approaching it from an equity perspective.
Thank you. And thank you both so much for all the work that you've put into soliciting applications, reviewing applications, making a selection. I do know that we had originally said that there would be no staff member from the district staff that would be on the committee itself doing things on the committee. Is that right? I feel like
I don't think we said.
I feel like you had mentioned no.
To your point, I think we were saying that we would not be asking a staff member to use part of their workday on this.
Right. So if we're not, but then that means we're not staffing it if we're not going to be using their workday.
I think the idea is that it's a volunteer committee.
It's a volunteer committee. Okay. And I'm just concerned that, I don't want you guys to get burned out. And if it is a whole volunteer committee, can we have them, is that organized on their own? Like how does?
No. So with a board committee, the board, by their actions, formed a committee with a specific purpose, with a specific timeline, and the committee is being formed. My role as superintendent is to support that committee in whatever they might need to guide their work. So I will, I anticipate hopefully working with a member or two of the board, getting the group launched, helping them organize. The first meeting is already scheduled for March 23rd. First convening. I think at that meeting, the group will identify the times that they want to meet and what's going to work for them. They'll identify probably a chair and a co-chair to help move the work forward. And then they'll continue to develop their agenda and that'll evolve.
Perfect. Thank you.
So I guess one of the questions out there is this could be ongoing, certainly monthly. Are there any board members? I guess we have to determine how, as a board, we want to participate, if at all, versus, they're certainly going to come to us with their recommendations. I do know that Nesbit has, of those who have been, offered spots, there are 2 people from Nesbit. So that's pretty light. But putting it out there, I still think it's a very balanced group. I think they're still going to do a great job of looking at both schools. But I'm just putting it out there. So I don't know if one idea I had was that we could rotate so that it's not onerous, laborious on any of us, and also that we could also get a glimpse as to, how the advisory committee is going. I do agree that probably a 4-person would be selected and kind of a chairperson, vice chair, and they would organize themselves. But it might be interesting, instead of just traditionally picking 1 or 2 trustees to represent the committee for a year or so, however, that we just kind of maybe rotate in. I don't know. That's just one thought I wanted to pose to the group.
I think it's a really good idea for trying to spread out the time commitment. However, I think because it is a board created committee, then it's subject to provisions of the Brown Act, and we need to, at the most, have 2 board members who are involved in the discussion. So I think if we were rotating month to month, that would cause challenges for us, because if I were the member 1 month, I would not, or me and 1 other person were the member 1 month, we would not be able to tell the 2 people who are coming on the next month what we talked about, right? Because then that would be 4 of the board members talking about something outside of the board meeting.
I don't think that's how it should be interpreted.
Can I ask a question
Yeah,
before you
maybe
respond to that?
we need to cover.
I'm imagining just like our other meetings where there are only 2 board members, the content of those meetings gets shared in this meeting. If that's happening, would that still be an issue? Because no matter what, at each month, all of us would be aware of what was said in that meeting. So even if 2 rotated,
Is it on the agenda each month to share out?
like 2x2s and 2x2x2s, that all gets shared out to all of us.
So the committee will be making decisions in a Brown Act style, with quorums and whatnot, if there's decisions to be made.
Yeah.
So for that reason, if board members are on that committee, there probably should be just 2. If you extend that, then you're actually my fear is you're making a decision as a board, because it is Brown Act kind of. It's a little bit awkward. As many board members who want to be there to observe can. So if you appoint 2 members to be participate on the committee, their participation, the other 3 board members can come and observe as a member from the public. They just can't talk, because then it becomes a majority of the board is acting.
Good night. It's not, this is, it's not an angry face. We're thinking. We meet, the committee's only gonna meet once a month. Is that right?
We've said 1 to 2 hours per month is what we anticipate. The committee's going to meet as much as the committee needs to meet to fulfill your obligation, to fulfill your charge.
If the committee meets once a month, and so do we, and if the decisions and conversations that are made are shared in either board updates or in this meeting, after that, if 2 more come in, like I'm not part of a serial meeting, it would be a new meeting then, wouldn't it? Like the content's going to be shared with all of us in the public every time.
But I would venture to say that there's going to be conversations that happen and decisions that are made that might go back to something that was discussed when another board member was participating.
So you would not suggest what I suggested then? You would not suggest, like, you would say, okay, if you want to observe, go ahead if you're curious, but you would suggest we have kind of, if any board members want to be on this committee, that we kind of make them for the duration.
I think we would want to have consistency with the committee that's formed, so that you're also there to kind of reiterate and re-clarify where it's needed, kind of the board's initial charge in this to keep the direction moving forward.
And to your point, Trustee Bruno, I think that they would be.
I'm not making a point. Yeah.
No, but I was going to just add that I think just like other committees do a quarterly whatever debrief, then just like, what was his name? Tim, thank you. He came up and kind of debriefed, and we would build that in as an agenda item to have the advisory committee, whoever they designate, all of them or 2 of them, to come in and kind of make a presentation to us, or just kind of let us know what their findings or formal recommendations at the time. I'm assuming that's.
Part of their charge is to inform the board and make presentations to the board.
So what that cadence is, I think we could determine that. Probably wouldn't be monthly for us. Probably would be semi-annually or at a. But I guess during the trustee report, those trustees that are on, they could add that in if they attended a meeting, or probably not advisable.
They can share information.
Yeah, so then those trustees who have been kind of designated then could share out.
I would like to volunteer to be a part of the committee.
Okay. Anybody else have time and or interest?
I mean, I have interest. I would be happy to be on the committee if no one else wants to fight me for it. No?
I'm fine with that.
You guys okay? All right.
Yep.
I know that you had concerns about not enough Nesbit representation.
Right.
And that was my hesitation.
Right, I appreciate that.
And if Nesbit would prefer to have a strong presence there as well, that would be okay with me.
Okay, I'm thinking. What do others think about that? I don't know. I appreciate that. I will be the other, I will, on your, to do it? Or
No, take me up on the offer to.
Yes, I will be on the committee.
You would like to be on the committee.
And we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
I know we have a lot of strong Sandpiper parents there. So.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I feel like honestly, the group is very balanced, and I think they're going to approach it in a balanced viewpoint.
What I mean by strong Sandpiper, a lot of very smart,
Yeah.
passionate,
Oh, yeah.
excited
Oh, it's a good
people,
group.
not-
And I'm very appreciative of them to give their time. Thank you for that.
Of course.
Okay, so with that, it'll be trustee Dang and myself. Go ahead, trustee Bruno.
I have some unrelated questions, but still on the subject. I don't think we need to go through each. I don't know who's who, but I see one teacher. Is there more than one?
No, Travis Whitebread is the only staff member.
And to be very clear, the Jonathan Chang on that list is not my husband.
It is not.
It is not my husband.
That's
There is
funny.
another Jonathan Chang out there.
And
I wasn't even.
Not mine.
And I believe the board has full access to all of the applications and data that was submitted.
Yeah, thank you for providing that. I appreciate it.
Are there any other, and I don't know if it was the intent or not, any other important entities represented, school force, open doors, anything like that in this group, or was that like the intent?
I'm gonna guess there's probably some school force connections. When I was lumping folks together, in my deliberation, I considered community member.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Community and staff were the two.
Do the ones you did not accept know, or are they finding out potentially right now?
Oh, no.
No, everybody was notified. Yeah.
Cool. All right.
And
Glad that
I
the
will
ones that were
say,
pending all came through too, right?
yes, that is correct. I will say, everybody who applied was amazing. Like I don't want to the 8 folks who weren't selected. It wasn't because they didn't have a passion or skill set or wouldn't have brought amazing things to the table. It was really a balance and finding that right balance. And when we balanced it out, it came to that 12 number. We didn't enter it into, we didn't come in saying we're going to pick 12 or we're going to pick 15 or we're going to pick 8. It just balanced out with that 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say before we vote on this group, and I do approve. I will vote yes for this group. But along the lines of what Superintendent DeGuara said, I would just like to thank everybody who applied and emphasize that we really, really appreciate everybody's participation and their interest. And there are lots of volunteer roles that people can do to help our district and help our students. So, as we had the example of Tim Hoffman with the bond oversight committee, there's a parcel tax oversight committee as well. There's school force, of course, which is so important. There's PTA at your individual schools. There's school site council as well.
And your room parents.
And room parents, yes, exactly. So we definitely welcome all of the parents' interest in volunteering and contributing, and we thank them for doing that.
I also just wanted to thank you, Trustee Nogue. I just wanted to piggyback on that to kind of say something I think we've been briefed on, but this is more kind of for the community at large. That there's been something we've been seeing in our community over the past few weeks. I'm reading this just so I have my thoughts down on paper. Many parents, obviously, as we know, care deeply about our schools, want to advocate for what they believe is best for students. And that commitment is something we value as a district. At the same time, we've recently seen a few instances where outreach and messaging have happened outside of district coordination. And I think that creates confusion and makes it harder for our schools to operate effectively. For that reason, I want to ask that and it's a small minority, but these kinds of independent efforts, that they stop so communication outreach can happen in coordination with district and site leadership. That is the reason why the board directed the formation of this district advisory committee, to provide a constructive and coordinated place for community voices and input. And so my personal request is that please work through the process that we've created rather than in parallel. I think when we channel our energy together, it strengthens our schools and our community.
Can I speak on that just a little bit?
Yeah.
I know we have a very passionate and excited group of parents that really want to help get the word out, especially before this very quickly upcoming cycle. And I just wanted to say or ask, would they be allowed to coordinate and then talk with the advisory committee and then move off and push forward? Just because if the advisory committee is only meeting once a month, that is a long time to wait to be able to do X, Y, Z different things that they want to push forward with. And that's just where I
So my idea for that is that the committee sets the direction, and then if the committee is like, we want to do X, Y, or Z, and we need 20 volunteers, then they put that call out for 20 volunteers. And then we, of course, welcome the volunteers. I do recognize it is tricky with the timeline of the questionnaire being sent out to families, and that parents are energized and want to get going. But I think just having things happen at a district level has resulted in a lot more engagement in learning about Sandpiper Middle and Nesbitt Middle.
Absolutely. I totally agree. So just for my own clarification, the district advisory committee would say, this is what we want to do. They would then gather their, like kind of like a tree, right? Your district advisory committee, and then they would gather all of the volunteers. And then as a group, since everyone in the district advisory committee is aligned, those down here as the volunteers would be able to go and execute.
So I agree with Trustee Northrup about the coordination and communication. I would not say that that's exactly, no, this is not an implementation group. This is a advisory group. If their advisory is that we need to do flyers or anything like that, then that's brought to us and the district leadership to then potentially implement.
But then that would be staff hours that would be applied? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to sort it in my brain, how it would function.
At the end of the day, we have the responsibility to implement and support our programs, full stop.
Right. Oh,
We've done that in certain ways, and the board is interested in exploring how we might do that differently through the work of a board committee. So the board committee will do this work. Maybe it ends up being testimonial videos. Maybe that's a recommendation. Maybe they come up with somebody who wants to do a testimonial, and maybe we work with district resources that can film that testimonial, something like that. So yeah, ultimately it does involve staff time regardless, because the implementation piece has to.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's where I was.
Yeah, whether that's more implementation than currently has been done, or just in a different direction, that implementation is by the district.
And if we need more resources to implement the recommendations, I'll come to you and seek funding for those resources, depending on what it is. And we evaluate whether it's a useful idea or not.
Okay.
That's why I'm encouraging, please, when you go back to your respective constituents and everything, that you just encourage them. This is why we created an advisory committee, not to be in coordination with the district, right? So that we are better coordinated as a district versus smaller groups doing independently. Again, best intentions at heart, but it's still independent of what we're trying to do. And I think it would also then devalue the advisory committee, and for those who are volunteering their time to create something in place. If you have all these different groups going around.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
If I can just
Yeah.
add one more thing, I absolutely don't want to complicate this,
Right.
but I want to be transparent and responsive to board questions in terms of applicants and filling the committee. I was looking at school assignments. So we looked at things from a number of different levels. There is one person that does have a Ralston connection, but through the other balance didn't get prioritized for the committee. So I just want to put that out there that there was one person in that space.
Thank you.
I have questions because we meet once a month and we're talking about a
Yeah.
thing. Like, I don't know if we're like on the agenda item anymore as far as like approving these people, but I do have questions and I'm trying to uncomplicate. I'm talking too much already. Don't take my questions as challenges. It's just academic curiosities. This advisory group is advising on a thing that I feel like we've talked about we needed action on. And I'm not trying to necessarily counter or support any comments. I'm just curious about it. With less than a month till the survey goes out to some degree, or like just any like current animations around middle school selections. And Karen, let me ask a straight question.
Are we going to do anything in the committee that's
Not,
going
not necessarily are we,
No.
but my question literally is like, I'm thinking about actually past that is how. So like this advisory committee that will meet with 2 board members there, like who's setting the agenda for it? Is it that those 14 people come up with an agenda and then talk, or is it an agenda that goes into it? And then in that 14 people, is it hierarchical?
They'll need to form a chair and a co-chair.
There we go.
And then they will have meetings just like we have meetings. They will form their agenda
Right.
and function according to their agenda under the Brown Act.
Right.
And move the work forward. It's formal like us, but the nature of what they're talking about and they're doing is a little bit less formal. And it's a lot bigger of a group. So making not having a working group that doesn't meet a majority is easier as well.
Right. So March, whatever it is today, March 12th today, we don't meet again. They meet, I think I saw March 23rd.
Correct.
With no chair or co-chair. No action will happen from that group before
No, we want
until April.
They will start to form their committee and hopefully identify a chair and a co-chair, and start to tackle what their next steps are. Realistically, for this current year into next year, I don't think the committee's going to come up with anything that's going to influence this year. And I think that's why it's been a little bit messy, to President Koss's point. It's been a little bit messy. I anticipate that messiness will resolve itself. The committee will work and they'll have lead time to next year.
So that's I think you're starting to name the tension I'm having, which again, I'm not trying to like front seat my own, but a committee that I think the benefit of its existence will actualize next January, right? And up to that, like that, I don't mean that. I mean that with no shade. I'm so thankful for all of the people who applied and the people who will support them. I agree with what could be confusing with actions of groups that aren't aligned with what the district wants to do now. And then as a board member who wants schools to feel supported, teachers feel supported, communities feel supported, I wonder if maybe we have things that can happen, or maybe it's happening already. I mean, I'm not being instructive. I just like the reason action's happening now is because of recent animations and desires to act. And if we're talking about a group that will formalize to act over the next 7 months, what should be happening or not happening over the next 4 to 6 weeks?
Well,
Yeah, please.
So one of the things I know that we discussed, I think that was shared, it was that the next legitimate item that needs to consideration by this advisory committee is there's some is the questions that are going to go out in the survey selection or the whatever we're calling it, do they feel like some question is urgently missing that should be included? I think that is a very tangible, real time that needs to be kind of solved at that meeting. So at that meeting, come away with, we love all those questions. We would do this differently. Or add another one or take another one away for, I think that in addition to the normalizing and selecting of like a chair, co-chair, I think that is an item that needs to that they can really kind of do it in the time frame that we're envisioning this committee meeting for.
I think what I'm maybe
that
if I was to say it directly, and Dan, maybe this is I'm asking you, not kicking you out. You said something like the getting messaging from the district has paid off or worked or something like that. And if we agree with that, I don't know that I've actually heard that said out loud. I think I've said it, but I think to these empty chairs, what you might be saying is you say, offset groups, we got this. I don't know if it's been said like that. So if over the next 2 months, district has been sending out the message and supporting its staff who's been doing some new events, I believe. And then this committee is going to be advising in a clear way, representing parents who've stepped up with the questions in the survey. And then other than that, we want just that to be happening. Is that right?
So I'm going to say this is the board's committee with the board directive of increasing marketing and enrollment at Sandpiper and Nesbit. It's an indication that the district needs to do more work and should be doing more work. It needs to have some outside conversations with for feedback about what next steps might be.
But the reality of harvesting that outside is limited for the coming decision.
For the coming decision.
Until that moment, the district is doing it and has increased its efforts.
We have I will say we formalized our efforts, which has resulted in an increase. Yes.
I think I'm asking for that, Cheryl. This part where I think I know it. I don't know if I've heard it through a microphone. And the last time I heard about it, it was a thing that we were saying wasn't happening, or we again clearly had suggestions on how to do it differently. We've seen results from that in the recent days. Yeah.
So we've seen more people attend a parent tour. We've seen greater response to a shadow day.
Across the board.
Across the board.
Right.
We haven't had the time to see if that results in any change to the choice.
I think I'm trying to, if I'm not somebody who was part of a more active group to try to get more word out, it would help me to hear that the word has gotten out and more people are listening. Because if I don't hear that, then I feel like what I should do is knock on doors. But if you're asking me not to, then I would want to believe that what you're doing is working. And I should believe that. And again, when I say working, I don't mean working like more people will choose a school. I mean working like more people are listening. Right? That's a yes.
I think we heard the quote that went from 10 at Sandpiper to 50 taking the tour.
I'm saying it out loud. If at the same time we're going to say any additional efforts should trust us, I would say the reason they should is because it has worked across the board. We don't need right. I'm trying to actually support something you said, but if we're asking a group to not be so focused on one site because we believe that our efforts have worked for all sites.
I think what President Koss is asking is for a unified push so that there is not misinformation that's out there.
Yes.
And if I was somebody who was trying to protect my school, I could believe that your uniform push is happening and is manifesting more people listening for this decision that's coming up. That might impact my 3rd or 4th or 5th graders' future.
I
Right?
believe so. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. That was my bit. I wasn't sure I had heard that. And if I were somebody who wanted to get people to join me for an effort, I would do that. If what I was hearing is that the committee that will help can't help until April.
I think it needs to be kind of coordinated and funneled, but I don't
I'd be
think,
supportive of that,
no, but I don't think if somebody comes and says, oh, you're at, somebody comes and says, I'm considering Nesbit and whatever, Ralston, and oh, you're in the Nesbit community. Tell me, what do you think about it? I don't know much about the IB program. I don't think we're saying like, please don't use your, like, exude the amazingness that you feel about these schools in any regard. We're not saying we're not stifling. We're just trying to say there's been some advocacy in harmful ways that unintended consequences have rippled through with either misinformation or work done that maybe has taken up, that has, where teachers have commented that, and administrators have commented that it's not been productive and it's put them in difficult spots. And I'm saying, don't do that. I'm not saying, please don't talk about
Yeah.
the amazingness of your schools.
I'm not trying to dig into it. I think if
Yeah.
I were one of those people, what would help me to hear is you say our efforts have been working.
Yeah. I don't know if
And
it might be
the answer is
premature
yes
at
to
this point, but it sounds like anecdotally and from the numbers that we're trending in the right direction. I hope, hopefully that will translate.
I think the answer is yes. That's what I'm
Yeah.
trying. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's very positive. I'm excited.
Hey, Jackie, just out of curiosity, do you think that people need to hear that? Do you think that
do.
like the district should put something out to say to parents
Oh,
that
I don't know.
you know what I mean? Like, do you think that people need to hear it like that?
Maybe
Or
people would read, people are paying attention. All right. I think I've said that in different spaces, but I think we have eyes and ears more so than perhaps ever. And there's a part where in maintaining the intention and trust and continuing to strengthen or rebuild their hope in both the efforts of the committee and the district's efforts, not our efforts, but your efforts. Like, yeah, hearing that recent attendance has been great. We've appreciated people's showing up, and that whatever the survey's coming out soon, we're looking forward to results that are going to ask more questions. I think that clarity would help me if I thought what I need to do was help the district. And again, I hear you saying it's been confusing or harmful, but if we allow ourselves to believe they're doing it with good intent, but they're missing, then right, like I would not do it if I believed I didn't need to.
All right, I understand what you're saying. I'm asking you like actually like a literal question. Like, do you
my answer
think
to you.
okay, so you think that we should send something out to say,
I'm one person. Right?
no, but that's what I'm
People
asking.
should-
Like, do
it
you
should be
think
considered.
that people, okay, never mind.
So for now, though, can we, this specific item,
For now, I move to
Is an
approve
action item.
the District Advisory Committee Middle School Marketing Enrollment Team that Dan and President Koss Superintendent Degara, sorry, and President Koss
Okay.
have recommended to us.
Second.
great. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. Okay, so it passes 5-0, the formation of the District Advisory Committee. Wonderful. Okay. The next item is the 2x2 debrief. I kind of actually spoke on that inadvertently in my trustee report, so I want to defer. I have nothing really more to add. Do you have anything more to add? Great. Okay.
Trustee Northrop.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Oh my gosh. Of course. Sorry.
No worries. Just I think as Trustee Koss mentioned, always good to be able to connect with Sequoia Union High School District and see their perspectives and share with them what situations we've been dealing with. And also, I would say probably just going along those lines of making sure that we have communication I'm trying to think of what was specifically said at the meeting with Sequoia Union, but I believe one of the things was letting all of our middle school students know that they have different options within Sequoia Union. Like there's, people may think that they just go to Carlmont, but that actually there's multiple different options in Sequoia Union, including, for example, that there's an IB program at Sequoia High School. So I thought that was very helpful, and I look forward to continuing that partnership and conversation with them, so that we can, like we're reaching out to the 5th grade parents and letting them know about what are possibilities, that also Sequoia Union will partner with us and, let us know about opportunities that we can share with 8th graders.
Yeah, actually, I forgot. That was a critical a good discussion, a really great discussion that kind of let them know about the other choices that they have as they kind of think about high schools. Yeah, anything like that? No?
No, I think
Okay.
you guys covered it.
Great. Okay. Moving on to agenda number 20, CSBA Board Policy Update, February 2026, first read. Superintendent DeGuara, would you like to provide some context?
Yeah, so it is February's first read of CSBA board policy. It's our tradition to have all of the policies updated by staff, updating legal language, taking a look at any changes that need to be made, putting it forth for first read, taking feedback, comments, and making any adjustments for second read next month. I know I have received a little bit of feedback, so I think opening it to the board for discussion is important.
Thank you, Superintendent DeGuara. Yeah, I wanted to, what do I say when I want to make I don't want to move, right? I don't want to do any kind of movement.
So you want some discussion?
I want to propose an amendment to our bylaw 9250 on the reimbursement and other benefits. So I know that California law has just changed, and now the reimbursement allowance has been raised. I know that it has been tradition here at BRSSD to do this work purely on a voluntary basis, which I think is, all well and good. I do think it does kind of limit the pool of people who would be willing to join the school board to do this work for no compensation. So
it's up there right now.
Great. Yes, great. Thank you. I really think it's really just the first sentence that I would amend. And I would suggest that it would be each member of the governing board shall be provided monthly compensation up to $1,200, which is the state maximum. And if you continue reading, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it does say that board members are not required to accept the monthly compensation. So if board members would like to continue with the current purely volunteer, part, then they would be able to do that as well. But I do think that it is important to allow a reasonable compensation. And I don't think, I know like going from 40 to 1,200 seems like, oh my gosh, that's like a huge number. But if you really look at the number of hours that are spent, I think it is pretty reasonable. So that would be my suggestion.
So my thought, I don't think we should. And I think it falls, and the reason for that isn't because I don't think that the work we do is valuable or that we don't work really hard, because we really do. It's more that I worry if we attach a compensation to it, we may attract people who are not actually here to do the work of doing what's best for our kids.
Why do you think that?
Because I've heard stories of people who come and join boards because they can collect something. They won't necessarily do the work. They won't necessarily do the things. And by making it almost a volunteer position, the people who come are the people who care. And the people who care are the people who want to do the right thing.
Yeah, I appreciate your perspective. I respectfully disagree, but I mean, obviously we don't have to agree about everything. But I don't think that a $1,200 a month compensation would motivate someone to come to do something nefarious.
Trustee Northup?
I'm definitely interested in exploring this. I know it seems like a large jump from $40 to $1,200. My understanding related to that, I believe the $40 amount was with the state law changing recently, that was the first time that the state law had changed in 40 years of updating school board member compensation. So 40 years ago, everybody can put that into their inflation calculator, right? And I know that does not get up to $1,200. The other thing I would say as well is even prior to the state law changing, based on the size of our district, we could have been offering $240 a month at, I believe, approximately, as a compensation. And when that was brought up a couple of years ago, it was a previous board that was rejected, and we kept it at this amount. So I think another thing I would say as well is that city councils have been getting compensated at a similar level to what is proposed for school board. And I still think you're getting 99% of the time people who really, really care, because again, the compensation is not anywhere near what a full-time job would be. It's a supplement, right? If a board member or a city council member is getting $1,200 a month, that's not replacing a full-time job, right? So I do think it would allow more people to consider running for the board if they knew that they would at least be able to any additional expenses that they had from being on the board, like childcare for meetings late in the evening, that they would have some funding to be able to take care of that. Also, if you get paid by the hour, and for example, you go to a school during the workday, as a school visit, and I'm being facetious, and I should stop. I get paid by the hour now. I get paid by the hour, not a lot. So if I take 2 hours to go visit a school and I want to do that, then I tell my employer I can't work those 2 hours. And yes, I have some paid time off, but mostly anything I do for BRSSD during the school day, I then lose compensation from my job. So why, right? There's only so much we can ask people to do in the name of volunteerism.
So I hear what you both are saying. I'm with Trustee Tang. I think my one consideration when this came up a little while ago was with volunteerism being down, that I think at a minimum, obviously we do a lot more than just come to the monthly meeting, right? There is a childcare aspect. So could that 40 maybe be like 100 to pay for childcare for the monthly meetings? Obviously that we do more, and some months are more. In this last decision, it was more. But $1,200, that calculates, if all five of us were to take that, that's $66,000, $6,000 a month times our 11 months that were kind of doing this. That's 66,000. This is still a volunteer position to me, and I appreciate when people say to the service. Do some months, honestly, am I out of pocket? Okay, maybe I am. But the fact is we have to be fiscally good stewards. And I think it's pretty, and the fact is this is then the district would be then paying us versus it going to the kids and the programs. And I'd rather it honestly go to the kids and the programs and support the services. I hear what you're saying, April, but the reality is that some people then should not then become elected officials. And I understand circumstances may change. But I think to the point about seeing trustees from other districts, I was at CSBA at the last conference and there was this gentleman, and he was like older gentleman, and I'm glad he was able to serve, but he had been there for like 30 plus years. I'm like, I didn't even think that was possible to be in service as a trustee that long. And I just think that maybe people would do it for another reason if it was a monetary option. I would hope that wouldn't be the case, but so I'm a little torn because certainly we don't want anybody to not apply because of, let's say, some bare minimums in place. But I think that jump to that number, I just think fundamentally this is a volunteer position and I don't want this not to go to the kids. And that's how I thought about it last time when I thought about it, and that's how I'm thinking about it this time. I think, you can serve like you said before, you can serve at different levels. And if circumstances change, then you don't get to go during the day. And I think the community understands you. We can do as much as we can do, right? And that doesn't mean because I can go to some things during the day and others can't, that I think we're not looked at any lesser. It's thank you for your service and you're doing the best you can, and thank you for representing us to the best of our ability. So I'd rather that money honestly just go to the programs. And I also think there's a little, given the recent decision, I think it's a little tone deaf to say that we've, especially in the light of turning down the district's recommendation to close a school, to save hundreds of thousands of dollars over the time period, wherever that time period is. I think to then say, oh, we would like this increase in compensation, I think that's not going to be well received by the community. So that's my viewpoints.
Thank you, David. I think it's important to hear everyone's perspective. I do think that the middle school alignment decision, was mentioned several times that it was not due to money savings. So I think it's, a little, I don't know. I don't think that we can say, oh, we're not making this decision because of budget, and then also say, well, we made the decision because of the budget or whatever. You know what I mean? Like you can't say both things where like we're not worried about the budget, and now we are worried about the budget. So I'd actually like to, if I could, CBO Matsumoto, if the board compensation was raised, would that money come from the programs, or is there money in the budget to allow for a higher board compensation?
It would, for a direct answer, it would come at the expense of something that is currently going towards students. But this is not budgeted for next year currently, given that it hasn't been made a decision. And another thing to point out is I believe under the bylaws, or what is proposed from CSBA, board members also would have to discuss about whether or not they would be entitled to benefits as well. On average, I believe the lowest tier of coverage is roughly around $15,000 per year, I believe, for our members of our district. So on top of roughly, if at max, on top of roughly the 1,200 per month, there would also be another, call it, 1,300, 1,350, 1,400 for health benefits as well.
But that would be like if people took it, right? So like
That is correct.
we would like offer it, but then people wouldn't have to take it.
That is also correct.
Is there a number that we can come to? Maybe we wait until second read. I don't really know how it all works out, but I would hate for it to be that like, single parents couldn't be on the school board because they don't get compensated to, have someone watch their kid. I think $100 per month is super low to ask a babysitter to come. If you have 3 kids and you're gone for 5 hours and you're going to pay someone $100, I also think, yeah, I think that's it. But
Just process question or process clarification. One thing I just want to piggyback on what CBO Matsumoto shared. There's 2 options within the policy. There's a compensation piece and there's a benefits piece. You can do one or the other or both. So just clarifying that. Second piece, this is not an action item tonight, so the board can't take action on it this evening. You can direct me, if it's the will of the board, to come back with alternate scenarios that you look at, that you process. I'm happy to bring back different workings if it serves the board. The other thing is it doesn't have to be approved second read. So I can bring back to you scenarios for further discussion, and whenever it serves the board for approval, you take action. We agendize for action.
thank you, Dan, for that clarity.
So you would take it out of so we would approve as recommended by district, and then if it gets if it wants to be evaluated later, or how does?
So the current policy is status quo.
Yeah.
So we would we wouldn't make any amendments until the board decides it's time to make an amendment. I guess what I'm suggesting is it's okay to take a policy out of the normal cadence and have as much time to discuss and revisit and table as the board needs. So next month, assuming there's no changes of the other policies, they would all go up for second read on the consent. Get past, this one would not.
Just one thing that I would be interested in asking the district if they could find out clarification is previously, before the state law was amended, it was my understanding that if a board changed the compensation, it wouldn't go into effect immediately. And that it would have to, you'd have to have an election in between, not necessarily for yourself, for your term, but just that there would have to be an election at all that was for your governing board, so that if the voters do not like that the board voted on, if the board were to vote on increasing compensation, then those people who voted for increased compensation, they wouldn't actually get it because there'd be an election in the meantime.
I don't recall seeing that when I was going through the updates, but I will verify that if we bring it forward. Yeah.
That's already discussed it. I have another clarifying question. When you were talking about the options, you mentioned one or the other or both. Is neither an option?
Yes. So ours currently is very, very nominal. It's $40 a month, and currently is not utilized by trustees. So it's essentially none. The way the CSBA has written it is you can have the line item with a blank dollar figure. And I did some background because we did look at this a while ago. When we did it a couple years ago, We were at 40, San Bruno was at 240, Bayshore 120, Sequoia 308. There was also language in many that was voluntary, served voluntarily. We had, saying, and again, please nobody quote me on this because this was data a long time ago that I redug up. San Carlos was voluntary, Portola, La Honda, Burlingame. And then there were some districts that had it written in as maximum compensation. They didn't say the dollar, they just said whatever the maximum is. And that was Jefferson, Brisbane, and Cabrillo. In terms of benefits, the vast majority of benefits were no benefits or board pays full cost of benefits was all of the districts except for 2. So, and those 2 had the same as district.
When we talked about this 2 years ago, whenever that was, I feel like maybe I can't remember, but I feel like we talked about it as like not all or nothing by quantity, but all or nothing by population. Like whatever number, whenever time frame we talk about it, does everyone have to take it?
No, it's the policy is written that a board member can decline.
Just another thought as well is, excuse me, there will be board elections in the fall for 3 seats, and including myself, who I may or may not run in the fall. I haven't decided yet. But in general, over the last few years, there has not been a high number of people running for school board. Trustee Tang and Trustee Dang, you were unopposed when you ran. Trustee Koss, Trustee Bruno, and we were 3 elected out of 4. So I do think that increasing the compensation would cause more people to seriously consider it. And I don't think they will be doing it for the money. I think the amount of money would help them defray the costs. I know, again, just completely personally for anybody who may be listening. A couple of years ago, I was doing school board part-time and I was working on my master's part-time, and my kids were a little bit younger, et cetera. And all those like part-times together, that worked for me, right? Now my kids are a little bit older. I've gone back to work full-time. And then I'm like, wow, school board is something else, right? And so I have thought about, well, do I want to try to, Jackie, you can close your ears. Do I want to try to have a part-time job so that I can spend more time on volunteering that I want to do, et cetera, et cetera. And then I'm like, no, I'm middle-aged and I deserve to serve. I deserve to save for my retirement.
If I could just add anecdotally, in my case, it's like my husband's been unemployed for almost a year now. So, our kids are young. Our youngest is in daycare. Our oldest goes to after school care for half the day. So, I feel like it's a very reasonable amount. I just think it's very reasonable. And even if it's not $1,200, even, any increase would be, I think, beneficial to any board member if they chose to take it. So I do feel like if there are board members who feel like, compensation may look bad, then maybe you choose not to take it. But I do think it is limiting as far as like people who would consider, running for school board.
Thank you for that comment. So at this time, we certainly consider it between now and the month, your positions, and this is just a first read, so it's informational. So I think, can we go forward? Okay. Yeah, please.
I'm happy to just table it, or if there's direction for me to bring something back in some form, or perhaps it's a board update with cost estimations and we revisit
Yeah,
at
can
another
you,
time.
can you do that? But can you, if possible, I know some legwork to kind of anecdotally, or maybe get some of that information of what other boards are doing now that given the new state? Is there,
I can send out another survey to colleagues that
would be helpful, I think. Any other requests okay.
Claire,
So we'll keep status quo and, I mean, or we just raise a discussion for a second?
I think because I think my understanding would be that this was the only board policy that we pulled for discussion, so that we would be on track to approve all the other policies as written at the next read, but that this one, we're not sure. We may have it on the agenda next month of approving it with different wording, or we may put it on the agenda at a later date with different
So I don't know
wording.
if we've officially pulled it. I think we've discussed it. How?
I see what you're saying. I think maybe we need to pull it. We would pull it at the next meeting. Yeah.
So there's no action tonight. I can bring it back with revisions next meeting. We can leave it as is next meeting and pull it, table it, do whatever we need to do next meeting. And maybe I'll have between now and then had the opportunity to update board and board update with additional information that can inform that.
So at next meeting, in the interim, we get some additional information, but at next meeting, it's going to be part of the consent agenda unless we agree and vote on to pull it? Is that how it works? Or there's a second and then?
That's probably what I would recommend. We would move everything up like we normally do since there's no direction.
Sure.
And at that point, you guys pull it, make a different decision, and we go from there. Unless there's substantive information that comes out between now and then, and we're able to make that decision at the time.
Okay. I don't really understand that. Okay. I think I got it. So for now, we just continue on. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do now.
I think the conversation comes back. Do you want to have additional discussion on this?
Yes.
And if the answer is yes, we won't put it up for approval next time. We'll put it as a discussion item.
It sounds like there's certainly some of our trustees that would like additional discussion. Is that kind of what I'm hearing? If not, maybe all of us having additional discussion. So we should pull it, or we should have it for additional discussion next week or at another time. Is that what I'm hearing? Trustee Bruno, what are you?
Sorry, I'm not trying to can we not just put this bylaw on our agenda for the next meeting?
Oh,
we can.
Right? I feel like we clearly need to do that, but maybe I'm missing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The other ones will go into consent for approval.
Yes.
This one would be its own item.
Okay, exactly.
That
There we
would
go.
be up for
Got it.
discussion.
Got it.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay.
It's a discussion item. I know you were clear.
Yeah. Okay, good. Go for it. Let's do that. Have to do anything official with that?
No,
Okay.
There's no action. You cannot.
No, I mean to say like we just did. We just did. We're moving on. Okay. Yes, thank you. Okay, good. Item 21, future board agenda items. Well, we have just done one.
We will add that one.
Yeah. Let's see what we have.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Future agenda items, school highlight central, declaration of need is a normal through HR. We will have a budget presentation. I will just say CBO Matsumoto is working to get us our budget in advance. We always come up with the crunch when budget and LCAP is being developed simultaneously. With CBO Matsumoto getting a jump on the budget, that gives Assistant Superintendent Hu a little bit more leeway and hopefully little bit more time there. We're showing the April 23rd board study session, special programs. That's a holdover from our January. We have construction update and board governance. And then May, school highlight is Ralston, public hearing for the budget, public hearing for LCAP. That has to happen in advance of the formal adoption in June. And we will have had a 2x2x2, a city and district meeting. So we'll have a debrief there.
Superintendent Dwara, can you make a note that it's now May 14th?
Thank you. Thank you. My apologies. May 21st is open houses, and all of y'all have kiddos in our schools and likely want to go to open house. So I believe we socialized May 14th. Is that correct? Everybody, we can't officially take action, but I will advertise that as draft, and we'll make sure, or tentative, and we'll put that on our calendar. We will have on the consent agenda a formal change of that meeting in April. Thank you, Ms. Alger.
Trustee Bruno?
Should we specifically name District Advisory Board as a thing to talk about on both these next meetings?
I'm not sure that you want them to report to you every meeting. It's
I think it's just because they'll have just been formed, and we'd like to see their direction, what their plans are and their agenda as they move forward. I think I for one would like to see what they're thinking, not necessarily every meeting have them here to say something, but to just get kicked off, and having a board meeting that you have to go to kind of says, oh, I have to go and do something.
Is that the May 14th? Or are you looking at the April 16th?
Either or.
Okay.
I think if I may, sorry to interrupt. If it was, I would like to see sooner rather than later. Like I would appreciate an April 16th. And I think important pieces of information that I would like to know are like the goals.
So
Yeah, the chairs. Yeah, like it doesn't need to be any kind of like,
So they will have had
presenting
one
something
meeting likely before April 16th. That will be their formation meeting. We want to push that committee to have a formal board report on April 16th.
To be clear, I was only suggesting in the same way that I see like a 2x2x2 debrief, like, and maybe I'm highlighting it doesn't need to be highlighted because I see that there in the same way that like that debrief, like they're not reporting to me, those who were there are reporting. And I'm thinking if you or the board members, sorry, I forgot already, you two would share out literally how it went, that it was formed, the things you just said. It might be short. Yeah.
I don't
think
necessarily think it needs to be like the committee coming.
I don't mean to push the committee.
But I think putting it on the agenda so that we can talk about it at the next meeting would be appreciated.
Great. So the trustees who are participating are presenting. Great. That's not a problem.
Correct.
You're not getting elaborate slides. I'm not giving you slides.
Reese could do it. One of the Reese's could do it. Similar question that I genuine suggestion, and you because I know I don't know if we normally do it, but given current animations, and maybe it's just my own, in May, some sort of report of like placement numbers, kind of where we end up like if that could be named as a thing.
So, so I have two things to add. One, this is if appropriate, certainly at least by June, I would love to hear another update on just the infrastructure bond from a specific, like the tranches and just tranche one, and just how some of the items are progressing, especially, I know we were all getting excited around Ralston's field and that track and, that kind of stuff, like, plan, is that not tranche one?
We have a construction update.
Sorry, where is that on the thing?
23rd.
Did I miss it?
The special meeting.
Gotta go.
Oh, I didn't move over enough.
Study session, working
Yeah.
session.
Sorry, it's on there. I didn't scroll, swipe left or swipe right. Okay. The other thing I wanted to bring up, and it was advised for a special retreat, but when I was piggybacking, sorry, let me speak, piggybacking on what we were just kind of talking about, volunteerism and an upcoming election. I enjoyed speaking last time about what it meant to be a trustee on a board for those who might be interested or thinking about running. And so I thought that would be good to certainly continue that tradition and trend of having that. Superintendent DeGuara mentioned that probably would be more appropriate at like a special meeting where we just sit around and talk. Do you have any ideas of calendaring for that yet, or?
April 29th and May 11th are the 2 dates that are up here at the county office.
And
Okay.
have you been socializing that with the board?
Oh, I have to
College
get
or-
back. Is that okay,
That's what we have reserved, so it
Okay.
needs to be socialized
Great.
and decided.
okay. Which one's the Monday one?
All right. So,
Sorry.
May 11th.
Yeah. I'll get back to it. We'll socialize it then.
So May 11th is.
I know, I'm saying that. Got it. Yeah, I'll group with you later. Okay, that was my two. So with that, we don't have to, okay, great. So we don't have to reconvene to close session. So with that, we can adjourn at 10:04 PM. Well, 10:04 PM, 10:04 PM. Thank you all.
Okay, we made it.